cash. I'm not on the level of the guys that will be joining me in the booth and then leaving on their own. We will have George Sanford coming back, who's an absolute PLO baller, both for tournaments and for cash games. Plays super high stakes at times, and he will be joined by another Omaha crusher in Thomas Lucky Mo. You may recognize the screen name Lucky Mo 32. Was a tournament online crusher back in the day. That's how I got to know him back when before I was in the industry. I was also playing a lot of online tournaments, and then he was one of my first ever interviews when I began writing, because he was on a bit of a heater at the time. And we never really got to meet, and it's been a pleasure to meet somebody with Lithuanian connections. On the opposite, I have American roots, but I've lived in Lithuania for about 14, 15 years. And for those of you that don't recognize the voice and are just tuning in, this is Jason Glatzer, and I'll be here with you throughout the week. I am the host for the week, but today I will be giving a lot of time over to the guys that know Omaha a little bit better than I do, especially when it comes to ICM and tournament spots, fairly shortly. Meanwhile, we don't have much going on here. We have Boris with now 2 pair. But it looks like it's going to be Jakob firing out a little bit of money. Now, what's interesting also about Patrick, while we're waiting to see what happens here, the Hammer Crusher, as I mentioned, he was on the stream, so he basically maxed late entered this event, or very close to doing so, and somehow made the final table with the stack. Taking a page out of what Darrow O'Kearney tells me to do, and also Dara Davey, they always tell me, Jason, you should max late enter, but I like to play, so sometimes I will when I'm first starting my session. Sometimes if I busted a bullet at my local, then I'll wait to near the end if it's not a knockout. If I feel like re-entering, I do it a little bit, but not as much as these guys. But Patrick shows how it was done, and it's not the first time I've seen a player max late enter and put themselves in a position to actually win the event. Not much happened in that hand. Boris did add some chips to his pretty big stack. Patrick's stack does look bigger, but he has a lot of lower denomination chips mixed in there. It's actually Boris looking like he has the chip lead. He has more than double the average with just 6 players remaining. Hello to everybody in the chat. We have GBSK1980. This is a PLO tournament, not a cash game. That is correct. Juliana, welcome. I will see you very soon, but thank you for tuning in as well. And hope everybody else is having a lovely Friday afternoon, or maybe Friday morning, depending on where you are in the world. Could even be Friday evening if you're a bit east of here, but I think it's still afternoon for most of our viewers at the moment. And I am always thrilled to be along with you. I don't care what the game is. I'm a mixed game player myself, so I play a lot of mixed cash, and then I play a lot of Hold'em tournaments, occasionally some tournaments in other variants as well. You name the game, I like to play it, except for Hold'em cash. That I love to commentate though, but I don't play the same way that I would know that I should play, because I just want to action. That's why PLO is such an amazing game, because yeah, you'll fold a bunch of hands, but there's always time for action as well, especially when you get the 5-card PLO or Sveten special. So it's now Finton, our hero. Not that we should be having heroes, but I do have a hero, and it is Finton, because he is the founder, longtime friend, but also the founder of the Bratislava Poker Festival, Irish Poker Festival. Amazing man, amazing Omaha player as well. Meanwhile, after a little bit of action pre-flop, Finton is probably more than happy to have some pot control here. He does have the best hand, but he has no way of knowing it. If Boris leads out from the small blind, I would expect Finton to fold. And as I say, that Finton doing the exact opposite, recognizing some weakness in Boris. Perhaps this will get the job done. Not quite the pot, 25 into 35, but unless Boris wants to push people around on the bubble, I would expect him to fold with really no equity, but he does, maybe it was on the turn. It looks like it was the turn, so I'm not sure if it was another 25K bet on the turn or if it was the flop, because I don't see why Boris would call the flop and then call like a smaller percentage of the, hold a smaller percentage in on the turn after connecting with his 10. Especially when he can really be pushing people around with the action on the bubble. When I say we're hand for hand on the bubble, being that we're on a final table, it really is hand for hand, but there's no other table that you need to stop for. Welcome, Poker Vito. I agree, Fintan is a legend in many different ways. I've always been a big supporter of his, and he's been a supporter of mine too. We have a very nice friendship. Some of it is professional, but on a personal level, even if we never work together again, I would always consider Fintan to be a good friend, top lad. Has done a lot for the industry over the years, and also, as you can see, loves to play as well, and is very good at it. When we bumped into each other, I believe last in Estonia, he was busy winning a mystery bounty event there. You know, ho-hum, just there for a few days, do some meetings, I win a mystery bounty event, go home. So Jakob waking up with the aces, at least that 8 does connect to the spades. I mean, this is a gorgeous PLO 8 hand, but it's still a pretty PLO hand as well. And being that he is the short stack, he probably wouldn't like to have a lot of callers. And Patrick opting to play out of position with the Queen Jack 7-3. He's also suited with the spades, and this could get dangerous because we have 2 spades on this flop, King 9-7 flop. Patrick connecting with this 7 as well does have a gut shot to the straight, where Jakob is still ahead with his aces and has that nut flush draw. Of course, it's a good and bad thing that his opponent has those 2 spades because it means it's less likely for a spade to come on the turn in the river. But if it does, expect him to double up based on the pot already and his stack. So Jakob more than happy to continue. Is Patrick going to try to put some pressure with his hand? It's actually not that bad at the moment if he doesn't put his opponent on better spades. He has tons of outs, does already have a piece of it with the 7 on top of that. And he is indeed raising, folks, putting the pressure on Jakob, but Jakob not caring that we're on the bubble, not even thinking twice and putting it in. I'm almost surprised that he didn't decide to put the rest of his stack in, being he only has less than half a pot bet left in his stack. And the 6 of clubs on the turn is a scary card for Jakob. It doesn't connect with Patrick, but on the other hand, it connects with his range quite a lot. It also adds a club flush draw, which neither player has. And Patrick putting Jakob to the test. Now he's sitting back and thinking, I think he should have thought a little bit on the flop. I mean, it would have gotten in on the flop, to be fair. I don't mind the play to call. But the problem is, if this was a cash game, it's a snap call. Especially with him having that 8 in his hand. That's actually a big card in this spot. But on the other hand, this is a tournament where we're on the stone call bubble, so if he's flag hunting for sure, he may be thinking twice. It's also a nice 5-figure min cash on top of that. And this is where George will be very useful when it comes in, because he understands Omaha ICM a lot more than me. My money would have already been in because I don't understand Omaha ICM. My money would have been in on the flop, actually. But that's probably not the correct play. It's allowed me to run quite deep in Omaha events, but I'm not maximizing, let's say, my EV throughout the event by discarding ICM, discarding bubbles. And does get it in. Patrick is going to snap. Well, Patrick was already all in. So Patrick might eliminate Jakob here. It's about a 3-2 favorite for Jakob to win the hand. If not, we will be in the money. He would love to see a spade when he's peeking at the suit. And the 5 of clubs on the river, that is a safe card for Jakob. So Patrick doubling up 2 players, and now is the short stack. I mean, he had a big stack when we started, but playing a bit loosey-goosey like he did yesterday, trying to bully players. Don't mind that to some degree. But I think when your raise is called on the flop, maybe understanding that you can call a bet if your opponent jams, it's fine. Maybe doing a little bit of seeing where you go on the river, but once again, I'm not the ICM expert here. If it was a cash game, I do love Patrick's play. Tanya's back. Welcome, Poker Princess. I am looking forward to seeing you, maybe in Malta, maybe in Dublin, definitely in Dublin, and I assume that you're going to be at Dublin, and I just assume I will be in Malta in some capacity. Maybe playing, we'll see, but I do love Malta, and I do love the Party Poker Live Tour. You put those 2 things together in combination of my new love of the Irish Poker Festival, I don't see why or how I can possibly miss it. Of course, real life things do get in the way at times, but I'm sure I'll see you either at the Party Poker Millions in Malta late September, early October, or the Irish Poker Festival, combining forces with Party Poker for another festival in Dublin near the end of the year. That one I am definitely going to. Expect Finton to get involved on the button. Looks like he raised to 15. To 12, okay. Different sizing than what we've seen so far. That's more like my sizing in Omaha tournaments. I'm doing a lot of min-raising, not doing a lot of 3xing. I've played that portion of like pre-flop action, usually fairly similar to that, where my 3-bets couldn't be pot size, but not my opens.
41.
And Patrick, not afraid of the bubble at all. 3-betting his ace, jack, jack 7. Does have a jack high flush draw, but that is dominated by Finton's similar spade, queen high flush draw. I don't think Finton is going to fold to a single 3-bet. I don't think he's going to 4-bet, so I think we'll see a call. But I won't be surprised if it folds, being that we're on the bubble, but would have been a little bit surprised. Oh, what a flop for Patrick, and he's going to get action here. He flops Broadway on this king 10 queen flop. Meanwhile, Finton with top 2, really with top 3, but that doesn't count. But a king, queen, or 10 does give him that full house and the check mark. But I don't expect Finton going anywhere. He would automatically have to put a very aggressive Patrick on a jack 9, ace jack to even think about it. But Patrick would be doing this, I believe, with a lot less, based on what we saw yesterday and so far today. I'm sure he would have been liking to be the hammer crusher. And exactly what we thought Patrick, just deciding to get it in right here, right now, like he would have done if he didn't flop anything. Finton with the snap call, as expected. Not much he can do there based on what Patrick had left in his stack and the strength of his hand combined. But anything can happen. It's a blank 3 of hearts in the turn, and maybe Patrick can squeeze through, maybe not. We'll see what happens on the river. And the blank 4 of clubs on the river, so we are still on the money bubble. Patrick, after doubling up 2 separate opponents, doubles up himself, is basically evened up with Finton and chips. And I do not believe we have any short stacks at the moment. We have Boris with a bigger stack, and it seems like everybody else is hovering around 200,000. So we could be in for a long bubble, which is actually what I want. Even if I'm not here when the bubble breaks. This is when it gets pretty exciting. Now we can see Patrick has no fear about the bubble, but maybe some of the other players are playing more ICM-like than Patrick. Let's see who else is in the chat. I already said hi to Tanya. It looks like Juliana and GBSK are having a little bit of a technical conversation right now. But I'll say hello to both of you again. But let's get the chat going, folks. It's been a little bit quiet. I know that it's early on. I'm by myself at the moment. I know I can talk and talk and talk, but I like talking to you too. And pretty soon we'll have a duo talking to each other, and they may not be paying attention to the chat as much as I am, so let's get some love, folks. Love both ways. Who are you all rooting for? Now I know who Juliana and Poker Princess are rooting for. That's a no-brainer. That would be none other than Mr. Gavin. Ah, we have a guest here. We have the lovely Ferdia, who has been doing so much for the festival, so much for me personally as the commentator. I'm instantly in love with Ferdia. I don't know if I should say this on the screen. I had a small conversation with your father last night, this morning.
Yeah.
I didn't know that he was actually your father.
Oh, yeah.
Commenting how good of a job you're doing.
Oh, well, thank you very much,
So it
Jason.
isn't just
That is
on the
very
screen,
kind.
it's in real life as well, but you're doing a fantastic job. But welcome, Ferdia. We've had some entertainment thanks to the Hammer Crusher.
Oh, what's he
early
up
on.
to? What's he up to?
He's up to smashing around some chips. He doubled up 2 players before doubling himself, and now it looks like he's just taking a little break.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to care about ICM or about cashing. You know, he's playing, I think, for the trophy and the trophy.
Yeah.
That's kind of my approach, but not as harsh as what he's been doing to Omaha tournaments as well.
I think a
I
table like
understand
this.
I did well enough to apply it.
100%. I think a table like this, they maybe a little bit of ego, maybe a little bit of I want that trophy kicking in at this time. There's no they'll be playing to win it.
But now we have some small ball going on. Nobody with really anything. Well, that changed on the turn where a lot of self has trips, but it's still, unless he fills up there 2 spade. Oh, he has the flush as well, so I shouldn't say he has nothing but a flush on the paired board. Can be difficult, but being that he has an 8 in his hand, that actually helps. So I expect to see Vladisław try to get some value either now or maybe wait to see on the river, but he's not waiting to the river, trying to get some value now. Vinton, with really nothing going on there, it's an easy pull for him. And Vinton, I don't think he would have been able to induce a bluff if he checked the turn. Vinton has a strong understanding of ICM, I'm pretty sure, being he's been on many Omaha World tables over the years. Absolute legend, Vinton Gavin.
And my personal boss.
And your boss. I guess maybe I have a dotted line to him, but I don't consider him my boss in this case. These are all working out of love, not out of obligation.
100%. 100%.
But even the case, I'm always speaking truthfully and honestly about everything.
Oh, listen, you have to.
Right now, still with the chip lead, but not really blowing away. Probably understanding that most of his opponents aren't going to be pushed around. I remember a Pullman mixed with Omaha tournament that I played in a few years ago. I had the chip lead after the first break and never looked back. Like, just was one of those times where you can really just run over everybody, and then when people played back, that's when I had a hand. It was just some, like, the stars aligned perfectly that day, but this wouldn't be that kind of table for sure. So another small pot. That's going to happen when the Hammer Crusher decides not to play hands. It seems all the big pots seem to have involved him.
He's a big personality.
Big personality, plays rather big. The 50-50 100 game wasn't even big for him. I mean, it was still a big game, but it wasn't like his big game. You know, he plays 400 quite frequently.
Have you ever played across from him?
What's that?
Have you ever played across from him personally, Jason?
No, but I did get to meet him a few months back in a different venue. He was really deep in a WSOP circuit event and just had a good personality, like at the table, always laughing, having fun, playing jokes, you know, seemingly making the correct bullets and calls. And on the break, I went to talk to him. He's like, Jason, I don't really play that many tournaments. I'm a professional cash game player. I play really high. This is just a bit of fun for me. And he was having fun, so the story checked out. And now we see him,
now we see him
on the final table.
still having fun.
Wow. And Patrick, nobody's going to buy that he has aces if he 3-bets here, because he's been 3-betting much weaker, and this could spell trouble for Finton because he has a very strong hand himself. Now, we are on the bubble. I'm not sure how much Finton values the cash versus positioning himself to win. I imagine that Finton does also want to get that little bit of a hand and mob flag as well.
He will be updating his hand and mob as we speak. It will be refreshing.
When are you putting my cash up? When are you putting my cash up? And then the hand and mob's going to reply back, Finton, you haven't sent us the results yet. And then when they look at the results, they're like, Finton, are these results correct? It shows you somehow as the winner.
Yeah.
But Finton correctly gives up on the hand, so that does show that he is aware of bubble play quite a lot there, because Patrick's stack was much different when they tangled up a little bit before when he doubled up Patrick, but now he'd be more or less saying I'm willing to gamble, here, not gamble, but committing my stack, and just this time it worked out because his kings were utterly dominated by Patrick's aces. So very nice read there by Finton and saved himself maybe some chips. Of course, it could have been a king, ace flop, and then we have some fun with that too. But we want to keep this bubble going as long as possible. At least I do. I find bubble play to be very entertaining, and the fact that
100%.
even though we're hand for hand because it's one table, the fact that it's one table, the play is flowing nice and smooth. When I'm commentating, let's say, Hold'em tournaments on the bubble, then it's story time.
Yeah.
Like we have a hand, and then we have like a 2-3 minute break, and have a little bit of fun with that. I think it might be time to give out the password, so maybe you can pay attention to the action.
Absolutely.
I'm going to look up today's password to the free roll.
Let's get the people into the free roll, the party poker free roll.
I'm wondering how the chat did in that earlier, but the people that were in the chat yesterday are somewhat a little bit different than
New faces.
New faces, which is always nice. And I'm sure some of the familiar faces will come around too. These are all screen names, so I recognize. They're not,
Amazing.
Even though they're new in the chat, they're not new in general.
They're not new to you.
No. Let's see if I can find the free roll information. Okay, folks, the password was very difficult to guess yesterday. I didn't check to see if any of you registered yet. Like yesterday, we had 4 players registered. Did we have any? 2? Okay, so we have Rob in the background, our technical analyst for Party Poker, just checking things out. We'll get him in the stream tomorrow. We just wanted to see how everything works. He shared that 2 of you actually already guessed the password, and I think you should actually
There's some bonus for
not
guessing
be punished,
passwords.
but actually get a freaking bonus for doing so. But it wasn't the hardest one to guess today. It was free roll with all capital letters. So the only thing that would have been hard was to guess that it was all caps.
All caps. Free
Yesterday's
roll, all
was
caps.
Bratislava, but it's free roll,
All caps.
one word, all capital letters, and that's very appropriate considering it is indeed a free roll.
Yeah.
And to talk a little bit more about that, that will kick off at 9 o'clock local time, which is 8 o'clock in the UK, about what is it going to be 3 o'clock on the east coast of Americas. For those of you watching in places like Canada, that you can actually play at Party Poker. Unfortunately, in the U.S. you can play in some states at Party Poker, but not on the international network where this free roll will be taking place. But I'll be playing at Party Poker New Jersey when I go visit home this summer.
Oh, amazing.
Yes.
And Jersey's home, Jason.
Jersey is sort of home. I haven't lived in America for 20 years, but I don't
Family
feel
roots.
at home when I'm there because every time I go, it's like a big freaking culture shock. Everybody's speaking English around me.
Yeah, you're just not used to it at this
What
point.
the fuck is going on? My head becomes overloaded for about 2 days, and then I get used to everything. Yeah, I agree, Poker Weirdo. It was a nice full by Fenton. But once again, the free rolls at 3 p.m. Eastern, and it awards 120 prizes, Verdia. So
120 prizes.
It's a very tasty free roll. I think there were, at least when I was on the stream at one point, there were around 200 players yesterday, give or take. So pretty much half the field cashes, and as long as you guys aren't sharing the password around on social media, it'll remain that way. So we ask you not to do that. Of course, if you want to share with a close friend, just tell them the same. This is for you. We aren't going to
This is a
crack
special
down on
gift.
who's, wait a minute, you weren't watching the stream, and now you're in the free roll. No, we won't be doing that. But
I don't know. We might find some goons, some ruffians to send around if they send around. Who's to say?
Who's to say? Maybe we got Georgie on the case, but I don't think so. But the top two prizes in this are really something truly special, because the next Party Poker Festival will be at the luxurious plush surroundings of Portomasso Casino, end of September, beginning of October. There will be a Party Poker Millions, but even more so, this is what I'm looking forward to and what I'll play if I'm not working. It's the 550 Grand Prix, similar to this event, not this particular event, but the highlight of this festival, which is a 550 event. This
Main
one has
event.
a 500,000 guarantee, but
Yeah.
the main event in Malta has a 1 million guarantee. Did you know that?
I did, in fact, know that. I saw that on the website and assumed that my eyes weren't working anymore, Jason.
Well, it is true, and Malta is a great place to play poker, and Portomasso is one of my favorite places. I go there a few times a year to work, and occasionally to play as well. But the top two prizes in this will award an online day one ticket valued at 550 euros.
550 euros.
It's one of the 3 online day ones they're having. So there's going to be 3 online day ones and a bunch of live ones. But you could already make it to day 2 from the comfort of your own home and join us in Malta. I'm pretty sure that something else comes along with that if you make day 2, but maybe Rob can confirm that. If you make day 2, do you get anything else, or you don't know? Okay, but you do get to make day 2 for absolutely for free, so that is absolutely amazing. I wish I could play that free roll, but I think it might be a conflict
of interest,
and
B,
that,
you only
I can't play
have-
at Party Poker. I can only play at OptiBet
Yeah.
because I live in Lithuania, which is on the Party Poker network, but it's not offered to people in the Baltics. So sorry to any of my Baltic friends that are watching it, but more power to everybody else. I mean, some of
Power
these
to
players.
everyone else. Oh dear. So cynical, Jason.
Maybe you're going to play it, Verdia.
Oh dear Lord, no. I am, as I've said many times, I don't play poker, I lose poker.
Or it's a free roll.
I'd still just get upset, Jason. I'd just look at myself and be like, why am I so bad at this? What went wrong in my life?
So don't be as emotional as Verdia. It's a
Yeah.
free roll. It's
Please
absolutely
don't.
no risk.
Please don't.
Let's have some fun. If you win something, great. If you don't, there'll be another free roll tomorrow and another free roll on Sunday. So free stuff all week long. Thousands upon thousands of prizes. This is another reason to love Party Poker.
There's a gentleman in the chat, Poker Weirdo, Mr. Poker Weirdo.
What's the website for this festival?
That is BratislavaPokerFest.com. That's BratislavaPokerFest.com. You'll be able to get updates. You'll be able to get chip counts. You'll be able to get a live clock. So that's BratislavaPokerFest.com.
And additionally, once a day, we're also providing like a daily recap of what happened yesterday in a very brief format, and along with what's happening tomorrow on the Party Poker blog as well. So it really depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for a very detailed thing, definitely go to the Bratislava Poker Fest. Everything is there. If you just want a quick snapshot of what's happened so far, still head there, but then also peek at what we have at the Party Poker blog as well.
100%.
They complement each other quite nicely.
To working together. So Jason, what's been your impression of us band of Irish poker tour guys coming out, bringing Irish poker to Bratislava? What's it been like to get to know us?
I mean, I do know some of the crew
Yeah.
from the past,
Yeah.
but not actually the majority of you,
Yeah.
which is very strange considering how long we've all been in the industry. And I have to say, it's like a very friendly crew to work with. Work hard. Some also play hard. Not
Some.
play hard, but then they work hard, play hard, maybe not sleep hard. But it's an amazing crew to work with. Unfortunately, I do not have a nice Irish accent, so I don't know how many times I'll be working with you guys in Ireland. I'm more than happy to come out
of course,
for
we'd love to have you
recording or
over.
commentating. Maybe I'll be invited out to play something when I have free time as well.
100%, 100%.
It is a little busy for the upcoming months, I have to say, including just taking some time away from everything and maybe even shutting off social media for a few weeks.
Oh, that sounds so pleasant, Jason.
Put away all devices and do a little nature soul searching. I do enjoy that every once in a while. Refresh the mind, refresh the body.
Ah, Darren, you're in the chat. Darren, the big man.
Darren, thank you.
Darren Harbinson. Yeah.
I agree with that. I thought for a second he was talking about me, but then I realized he's talking about you guys, but it's...
you're part of the crew now, Jason. Don't worry, you're part of the crew now. There's no leaving. It's like a gang. There's no leaving.
No leaving. I have so many different poker families across the world. It's like I'm welcomed into the Norwegian poker family, the Finnish poker family, the Estonian poker family. Oddly enough, it was hard to crack the egg to be in the Lithuanian poker family, but I'm there
Yeah,
now. But,
it is interesting sometimes. The closer to home, it can be a little bit easy.
It's more there I'm known as a player.
I gotcha.
Industry. I mean, a lot of the bigger players know obviously who I am, but the local guy that comes, they know who I am now after so many years, but it's still, who's this weird guy that can barely speak Lithuanian coming to play and drinking his face off, because that's my night out if I go to the casino. If it's like not a big festival like this, then I'm a little bit, then it's not my night out, then I'm still going to have fun, but I'm going to be a bit more disciplined and not treat it like a party.
Yeah.
So we have a 3-bet pot here. Andreas, who we haven't seen too much action from, 3-betting his kings, and Patrick likes to call 3-bets once he open, whether it's cash game tournaments, bubble or not. Decent enough rundown to do so, considering he has some chips now. But basically, now Andreas is almost certain to double up. Only had 11,000 left. The bubble could break still here. There are a lot of backdoors that Patrick has, with that 7 fitting him nicely, with that 6, 8, 9, even the 4 potentially. Also has the clubs backdoors, and now that club backdoor becomes a front door. And look, it's an actual coin flip, because that 4, 6, 8 is a nice wrap to that 5, 7. Even the 9 is mixed in there, but the 9 doesn't matter. And it's an 8 on the river.
Oh my God.
And we have broken the bubble, folks. Very unfortunate for Andreas. Flopping top set, but in Omaha, top set is only as good as basically flopping top pair and hold'em. You know, there's so much that can happen, especially when you're called by such a nice rundown that happened on that turn. I mean, even on the flop he had to call, and that was the perfect turn card, and the river basically sealing the deal. Patrick willing to play, and unfortunately for Andreas, that Patrick is willing to play. But meanwhile, the final 5 players locked up in the money. They've already earned a 5-figure cash of 10,240 euros. Much more next jump. 4th place will receive 13,400. Third, 18,000, runner-up 26,000, and first 40,000. Of course, deals can be made, but there are other players at the table now. I don't foresee that potentially happening. Or if they do make a deal, it's just going to be evening out things a little bit.
Yeah.
But we're going to leave a chunk to play for.
Oh, 100%. There's no chance.
Oh, a pretty hand here for Finton, the king.
Oh, right back in there.
You don't want to give this guy.
Seems like this opening size mid-raise plus 2 chips. Because he was doing that also at the 2.5, 5. He was opening to 12. A lot of the players are opening 3x. Finton with a betting size closer to how I play it, actually.
Yeah?
I'm not sure about on a 2,500 euro final table, but in general. And look who we have here. None other than Mr. George Sanford.
The king of PLO.
I'm not sure if I'm going to can excuse myself.
Yeah, Jason, you excuse yourself for the moment. You've been working hard for us. You take a nice little break.
I will be updating the Party Poker blog over the course of the next hour. I'll be back with you in an hour or two.
100%. We'll hear from Jason again.
Bang, 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 and maybe I don't say goodbye to you all. But I'm going to say goodbye to you all just for now, and hopefully I'll see you later. If not, I will see you tomorrow. I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands, and more capable hands, of Mr. George Sanford, good friend of mine, amazing commentator, and absolute PLO crusher. Enjoy.
Hello, hello.
How are you getting on, George?
Yeah, lovely. Looking forward to some tournament PLO action. It's a really unique brand of poker. Something I really enjoy playing online and in the tournaments, live tournaments as well. So what do we have here? What's starting stack?
We're on 5 players now.
30k was the starting stack, I believe,
Yes,
right?
it was, yeah.
Okay, so Finton already putting in essentially a starting stack, so that's when you know you're getting semi-deep. 5 left. And Finton moving it in, and he's going to face the bad news here.
Just as you came in, George.
Yeah, just running it straight into top sat, pretty cold. As good as it gets for the Jack, Queen 3. Turning a gut shot now, so a 10 or a king needed for Mr. Finton Gavin. Can he find it? No, he cannot, unfortunately. It's going to be, he's covered, yep, so 4 left already, wow. So things have been moving pretty fast.
Very, very fast today in this
Okay.
tournament, yeah. The play's been exciting. I think Patrick's book has been kind of increasing the heat in the room.
Okay, yeah. So he obviously had quite a big losing session yesterday, and this is sort of
Revenge.
short change compared to that, right? So in his sort of statistic sense, taking it out on the tournament guys.
Absolutely. But I'm sure Finton Gavin can handle himself.
Yeah, 10,000. Did he have 1 bullet or was it more?
Actually, I am 100% certain on that.
Yeah. But either way, I don't think it would have been more than 2 or 3, so he'd definitely be in profit for the tournament, so be happy with that.
Tournament.
Yeah.
And of course, Finton Gavin is the chief executive operator of the Irish Poker Tour, which is, let's say, we're the people that brought you the Bratislava Poker Festival. Let's put it that way.
The engine behind the scenes.
With our party poker. Yeah, no, to catch people up on that, we run tournaments all across Ireland, and we've been running some really lovely games for the last 2-3 years, and this is we're invited out to the Card Casino to run this event with obviously our glorious sponsors, Party Poker, and yeah, no, it's been lovely in the country. We've been just having a great festival.
Yeah. And it's just a great place to host a tournament when you are looking to expand and to go elsewhere.
100%.
There's just rooms upon rooms upon rooms of tables here.
Oh my God, you come in and it's never-ending poker tables. It's amazing.
It's amazing, exactly, and it's screaming out for what exactly it's doing in the European scene, which is expanding at a rate of knots.
Yeah, it's exciting to be around. Absolutely.
Absolutely, you feel the good energy around it, and that's what we want. So not an awful lot for Jakob here. He's got himself a low-end wrap, and Patrick with the top pair, looking to take that one to showdown, and should be firing a value bet here. Ace Queen going to be good versus this quite passive line for the majority of the time. And Jakob now deciding if he wants to do anything. Going to be a tough sell now once you've checked down to the river. Now all of a sudden saying that the 6 has improved you in some way. He does have some interaction with pocket 6s, which is a hand that improves, but Patrick, his opponent, not the type of person that is particularly
squeamish.
Yeah, exactly. Many players will bet fold the ace here.
Yeah.
But I don't think Patrick is one of those players. Money not an issue. Situationally very competent and aware. So. Versus guys that often need to find a very good reason to fold, probably not best to start bluffing them, you know?
Yeah.
That's kind of how I would summarize it in some ways. You got to pick your customers in this game.
100%.
Yeah, Supernova, so the buy-in is 2,500 euros. So pretty reasonable rake, 2,300 plus 200, less than 10%, which is much less than the sort of industry standard these days. You're seeing, rakes kind of creep up towards 20% in some of the places I've been, and that does give you, as a player, a little bit of a tinge of I'm being ripped off here,
Well, George, I would never rip you off.
No, I know. I'm treated very well. Yeah, it's refreshing to see that everything's quite competitive here. And how about the numbers for the main event? Are you doing quite well?
Yeah. The main event is in full stride now. It's exciting actually around the poker room, the card casino. There's just such a buzz.
Yeah. Really picking up.
People coming to play. Lots of different types of players, lots of different nationalities. It's a real, and obviously a big event like this. It's more up in the air than you think. That there's all sorts of names that you see on final tables, all sorts of players that you might not have recognized, that you don't assume are the big names, because there is an element of chance to the poker game.
There
even
is.
If we don't
you're
want to
saying
admit it.
yeah, there's sort of a lot of the unknowns floating around the room. Potentially giving some value to you guys that are thinking of coming here for the weekend. Maybe late reg, one of the later flights.
Yeah, there's a final flight, 1F tomorrow as well, I believe.
Yeah. Is that the Hyper Turbo morning one?
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
that's a good. I like playing that personally because I'm a cash
turbos?
game player.
Yeah.
The turbos.
So it fits
I feel
your
like
style better.
Yeah, I feel like sitting there for 10 hours of a day one is quite tedious in some ways.
Yeah.
But if I come in and I can either build a stack or just go home and focus on my cash game grind, it suits that kind of style quite well. And also if you're just coming for a sort of a weekend trip, that kind of thing as well. And if not, hit the cash game tables. Last time I checked, we had all sorts of games running almost 24 hours here.
There are so many games running.
Yeah.
No, it's always on offer at the Bratislava Poker Festival.
GBSK 1980. George actually lived in Athlone. I did indeed.
Yeah, we were talking about it. We were talking about it off stream. Athlone, as discussed, a lovely town.
Yeah.
Kind of a weird town sometimes. Kind of a weird town.
Yeah, there's
lovely town.
interesting poker being played in the lighthouse, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I remember taking a couple of shots in the game there and getting sent packing by the local takeaway owner.
Oh man.
Yeah, that story's for another day. I deserved it. I didn't. I wasn't comfortable in the game. That's when you really get taught the lesson, right? Poker can be a cruel mistress sometimes.
Oh dear Lord.
You think you're ready, and if you're not sure whether you're ready, you're not.
You're not. Yeah. If there's any doubt at all,
Exactly.
listen to the doubt.
It's a real game of confidence. You see these guys time and time again. Adamo recently at the higher level. You saw Justin Bonomo years ago. These guys seem to go on runs where they just have that supreme confidence at the table. And it lasts.
And it's funny, obviously, it's something that we talk a lot with Mr. Andrew Black on the tour, in that from his point of view, he always says that it's about you, it's about mindset, it's about you play with you don't play the cards, you play with who you are in many ways.
Completely agree. In terms of psychology, it's good to have intrinsic things going on for you rather than being
100%.
worried about the external stuff.
100%.
And in poker, that cannot be more of a factor.
Yeah.
You see the guys, they're quietly confident, they're not trying to impress anybody, they're just going about business, playing their game. People call them a whale, a nit, a fish, whatever.
Whatever they want to do, it's not an
issue for them.
Let the ego stuff just slip on by and just concentrate on your own.
I think that's a big stumbling block at the grassroots of poker. It's the guys that are kind of making a little bit of money. They don't have to work at a normal job, and they kind of get stuck in that ego
middle
battle.
Yeah. Of course, yeah.
But ego doesn't pay the bills. Solid poker, winning poker does. So
imagine if ego did pay my bills, though. I'd be so rich. I'd be so
be able
rich.
To fit through the door as well. Head would be
dear
really
Lord.
Is it too cliche to offer you some champagne? Says Jason. Not sure. I don't think that's to me. Thanks everybody for the love, says Jason. We'll be back for the main event or the tail end. Much love to George and Ferdia. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Jason. You're a sweetheart.
Hi, George. Is that Argo? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for joining the stream. Yeah, life's treated me well. I've had some ups and downs, but I'm coming out stronger and looking forward to getting stuck back into some poker, that's for sure. How's things going with you, buddy? Always nice to see an active chat, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's good. So thank you very much, guys. The low contingent. This turn doesn't change anything in terms of the hands that obviously we can see, but the 5-3 now going to be obviously less thrilled about the introduction of the 7-8 straight and the 7-3 straight now beating him. Pretty safe river card though facing this action. Going to be wanting to go quite big here. The queen could improve some of Patrick's hands. The occasional queen 5, queen 6, queen 4 now always going to be calling. And Patrick, I think, is when he's thinking like this, he's going to be considering a bluff raise, but having checked back the turn, it does feel like quite a tough sell now to say that we've got 7-8 or 7-3, which would be the main value hands that would raise. And I think he's just kind of thinking that through and realizing that my hand's way too weak to hero call, and I don't think I'm going to be able to rep much. And
yeah,
just slides that one in. But it's interesting, these guys that play lots of high-stake cash games, you see a different side. That kind of composure and the thinking it through, it's almost quite intimidating.
Yeah.
Even when you're value betting, and this guy, you know, it sends the message that he's just not going to be shifted off hands, and you've got to really work hard for even the small pots.
Even the tiny pots.
And that's what these guys are doing there. Even though he's probably made his mind up 10, 15 seconds ago, and some of you at home may say, well, he's wasting our time.
No.
It's not just about the viewer, it's also about the image that he's kind of creating with this style. It's quite intimidating to play someone that never snap folds, you know, that just seems to be always hanging around, making life difficult.
That he's just playing every hand, and you're going, oh my god.
Exactly, so he can really lean on that.
Yeah, how lucky is this man? Or is he lying?
Or is he very skilled? It's a bit of both, maybe. Especially to get to a tournament final table, we cannot, you know, say that there isn't any luck involved, but often there is a lot of skill as well.
Absolutely.
Much more than meets the eye.
Absolutely.
And skill can come in many different facets within poker as
100%.
well. You get some guys that are good at the live reads. You get some guys that I know that are running sims all day at home and playing online. But the beauty of the game is that there's so many different ways to win.
Yeah.
Poker Princess is enjoying the commentating. We are enjoying your presence, so thank you for joining us on the stream.
Oh, sticky card.
And so this board, button versus big blind, typically slightly better for the imposition, and we do have some decent removal to strong continuing hands. We block ace-5, 5-5, 9-5, so the 2 pairs slash sets. We have the jack of hearts that blocks some of the stronger flush draws that can continue, and we also are able to barrel on an 8, a 7, a queen, or a king. Potentially a king would give us value, but a queen would give us an open-ender, an 8 would give us an open-ender. We could potentially double barrel a heart as well with the strong jack of hearts blocker. Does go for the check back, I think a little bit weak with the bottom pair. It's a good one to bet because the efficiency of the bet is quite high. You get lots of better hands to fold. Imagine what your opponent would do here with a hand like bare pocket queens on the ace high board. Would just have to check fold, right? So using that 5 as a kind of component for a bluff is often quite advantageous when you have the heart as well. Does turn 2 pair, and now clearly looking to eke some value, is going to run into a slightly better 2 pair, unfortunately, in the Jack-9. And Boris, already by his demeanor, I can tell that this guy is very experienced and a composed player. He's thinking things over very well. He's remaining quite stoic at the table.
I mean, there's been times where I've been looking at it and I've been wondering whether the camera's stalled.
Oh, really?
It's like he's still in
like
it.
a waxwork.
Yeah.
And the ace on the river, it changes the hand once more. King Jack now, the king kicker playing. And the Jack-9 unfortunately getting counterfeited. Does Boris have any devilish intentions in the form of a check raise if Ladislav were to slide out a cheeky value bet here? King Jack, by the way he's played the flop, probably not going to be able to find it, and does indeed check back.
Yeah.
So for you guys that want to improve in Omaha, like if you start to see that he's checking back a hand like this on the flop, you start to build a picture of someone that is potentially slightly more conservative.
Yeah.
Not using these kind of quote-unquote creative bluffs in some ways, where you don't necessarily have equity, but you have components that block strong equity, you know, and that's kind of like the level up from the have I hit the flop? No, you know. So you will see that with the stronger online players and the guys that are doing a lot of kind of range work, and then you'll see people that play quite straightforwardly and just kind of bet when they have it and try and navigate elsewhere if they don't. Moanda loving the PLO. Yeah, it's by far my favorite game format. It does suit a certain style of psychopath, if you will, or sadist. But no, it's just rip-roaring action, and in the tournament format especially as well, it's very, very interesting. You do see Hold'em tournaments where I could be commentating on a stream and it might be a raise and take 6 times out of the 8 hands per orbit, you know, and it's quite boring. In Omaha, you just see much more natural collisions, and that's very important. And you will see a lot of collisions from this man, Jakob. He was really, really wild on the cash game stream yesterday. Didn't fold much. Looks like he's going to go for the 3-bet. Pretty thin without the decent suits. He's just got that 10 high suit, but the hand has somewhat of a decent connectivity. The only issue is in Omaha, 3-betting the kings, facing a 4-bet. What are we going to do? You know, it's kind of a bit mergy. Maybe you'd want to use a hand that could call a 4-bet easier, or is an easier decision versus. But knows his customer, gets the same hand to fold. And again, Ladislav just slightly exhibiting those more passive, sort of tight tendencies from just those 2 hands that we've seen. Looks like someone that's just happy to maybe ladder up a couple of spots, maybe nick a second if he's lucky, and take third. And these are important things to notice if you're at the table in this situation. You can even see by his demeanor, you know, it's kind of like almost like he's waiting around for aces.
Yeah.
Whereas Patrick, for example, a much more frantic table demeanor, riffling the chips, looking around everywhere, very much more relaxed. There's no tension in the shoulders.
But spreading out the body,
Yeah, you know. So these are small sort of things that even date way back to Mike Caro's Book of Tells, which is probably written in like 1970 or something, but still remains relevant, you know. The human condition doesn't change. Just the amount of screen time we do have.
Oh, dear Lord. It really, truly changes, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
We were having that conversation last night.
We were indeed, yeah. It's mad how much we do get absorbed into these things. As we speak, huddled round the screen.
Yeah. The 2 of us like warming our hands against the fire of the screen.
Yeah, unfortunately, Finton did end up in 5th for 10.2k. The payout structures are always quite steep here at Card Casino. They like to have the style of the big min cash, which makes things very interesting around the bubble. I'm really annoyed / surprised I missed that one. It must have been so quick.
Yeah, play has been really fast at this tournament.
So how many did we start the day with? I thought there was 2 full tables, so it would have been 12 at 1 o'clock, or?
I believe so. Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. And already down to 4.
No, it was 10, I believe, at the start.
10. Okay. And so yeah, just 3 hours later, with 1 break in between, already at the business end. Nice turn card for Ladislav, improving to a stronger 2-pair. And Jakob picks up a wrap as well. Is he going to turn these queens into a bluff here? Slightly too thin to value bet, of course, but kind of that middling equity that's like too strong to bet fold. Does improve to the 10-9. Only really worried about King 10. I don't think Ladislav is going to value bet based on what I've seen in just 1 or 2 orbits play. Does go for the check, just looking to take it down, take it to shoot down. He's going to find some bad news here. 10-9, a clear value bet. And he bets 20k, the milky size. Does he have any bluffs for this size? Tough to say. Just looking to get paid by exactly what Ladislav had, and a very quick fold there from the ace-8 in such a passively played pot. Again, another indicator that maybe this is the sort of guy that you want to be stabbing at a little bit and putting a little bit of pressure on, you know.
So George, my friend, I'm being pulled away.
Okay, no problem.
So we're going to leave you solo in the booth for a little bit.
Yep.
Very, very capable hands, as you are hearing right now.
We've got the 1 minute until the break as well.
Absolutely. So once the break goes on, we'll have some, I think we have some commercials playing and stuff like that on the stream, so hang around.
Yep.
And then, yeah, absolutely. It's been genuine. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, man. Appreciate the call up.
Talk to you soon.
Thank you, Paddy. So probably one more hand to go to the break, guys. Boris with absolutely nothing to play with there, and it does fold to Patrick, who's going to open fairly loose on the button. 412k, that looks like it's going to be good for the chip lead at the moment. He's basically neck and neck with Jakub, his compatriot. And let's have a look at the flop. No heart, no real interaction with this board here. Probably wants to be giving up. Does have backdoor clubs, but I think if you were to really sort of respect the fact that you do have a button opening range, it's going to be extremely wide. I think this would be a slight overplay to start betting every single ace-high board and using these kind of components. You want your opponent to have most of these cards, you know, the queens, the jacks, the pocket nines, the hands that you're really putting pressure on. So aside from the backdoor flush draw and you know the backdoor wrap draw, he needs to turn an offsuit 10 really for that to kind of come into play. It's a rather speculative c-bet, I would say. But you do see in tournament poker, c-bet percentages tend to go way up. People just seem to c-bet any ace-high board. And to be honest, due to the fact that people do tend to under-check raise, that does make some sense. But this particular combination, I think I would maybe just slide that one back. So we can't see Jakub's holding, but he's got a lead on the 3, a rather unconventional play. Because typically you would think that he may 3-bet some of the stronger hands, like aces. How much 3x does he, just bare 3x does he continue the flop with? Maybe a 3-5-4 with a backdoor flush draw. A 3x plus hearts. And Patrick just simply has to fold, and this is actually quite a nice way of attacking someone that c-bets too much. You can play a slightly lower variance method to the check raise to just call and then donk the turn quite small. Would have been interested to see what sort of holding he had there, but I imagine he's going to have a 3 or some kind of flush draw turning into a bluff. So we're going to be on a break now. We'll see you in 15 minutes time, guys.
From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, Welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there.
Well, hello and welcome back for continued coverage of the Final Four here at the European Omaha Championships. 4 left, and as you may recall, Jakub there in the yellow polo and Patrick in the white t-shirt in the middle from the high-stakes cash game yesterday, battling it out for 40,000 euros. This tournament did well to beat the guarantee, a very ambitious 100k guarantee for an Omaha tournament, and that just shows you the keen direction in which Omaha as a game is going. So Boris Angelov here. Does decide to call with Queen 8-7-4. Got some connectivity. The tri-suit slightly impeding his holding, but has the beauty of position. They are somewhat deep as well, going to SBR of 8. Great board in theory for the opener. Boris maybe 3-betting some of his stronger ace-king holdings, lots of aces, and then the stronger kings as well. Does just have to fold, of course, and Jakub there flopping a wrap with the 10 of diamonds blocker. Boris here in the small blind, probably going to be completing this holding. Not really a hand that you want to get 3-bet, and doesn't really have the great qualities for opening, but certainly strong enough to VPip. Let's go for the limp. Seems pretty reasonable. Patrick's hand, you know, if you were to think of a Hold'em equivalent, you do see a lot of this like ISOing in position versus limps from the big blind in kind of a polarized way, but with it being a pot limit game, the advantage of doing that is lessened, so you just see less of it. It makes less sense. Flop going check, check. Boris now with that bottom end. Straight draw. Doesn't realize that he's value betting. Looking to fold out a hand like a 9, some kind of 9x component with poor side cards. The beauty of the range that he's facing isn't going to really improve so much on the ace. A lot of Patrick's stronger ace-x holdings would be ISOing for value pre-flop, so a pretty reasonable card for him to take it down. So we're seeing 4-8 with the 8 ante. Jakub's certainly a man that doesn't shy away from the action. I think he's got a good reason to VPip this one. Ace 10, 8-3 with the nut suit. A little tight in my opinion. Certainly enough of a hand. You've also got the second looser player on the table, Patrick, in the small blind, which is good because you're going to typically see him fight back much less from that position. And Boris now calmly taking his time. Kind of balancing thing going on here with the timing. Does open it up. Clearly a great hand to find on the button. Patrick's hand also a monster, small blind versus button. And he only calls. Doesn't go for the 3-bet here. I guess it does become somewhat problematic if you do get 4-bet. So deciding to go with more of a polarized strategy with his small blind 3-bet, I think that makes a decent amount of sense. Bratislava now, King, Queen, Jack 7. Decides to come along for the ride. 9-9-3. Always interesting on these paired boards where no one's got it. I think you'll see Boris check here 3 ways. I think it's quite natural for both of his opponents to check in flow on such a dry board with their trips, but he does decide to take a stab. So I guess he's going quite small. Yeah, 17k, that does have some good efficiency as well. Just looking to target the snap fold parts of his opponent's range. Having 3 diamonds, kind of interesting as well, because you have some interaction with the 9 of diamonds. So like double suited holdings with the 9 of diamonds are blocked by his hand. So the only suit that wasn't on the board, he had 3 of them, which usually makes a good candidate there. And Boris picks up another pot. Like his style so far, he's been quite careful but meticulous. Finding some nice stabs, keeping the pot small, keeping the variance low. That's a really important aspect of playing PLO tournaments, because the game naturally wants to throw variance at you. And you see some of the more skillful players, they do tend to build a stack quite effortlessly in ways that appear perplexing at times. There's much of a strategy towards it, you know, those small pots, keeping it small, lots of limping, lots of min raising, lots of maneuverability as they go down the streets, not trying to build a massive pot all the time. So there are 2 main ways to play PLO tournaments, but once you are in this kind of ICM heavy situation, it's very common that the best strategy will be to kind of tiptoe around, just try and keep winning small pots, keep floating your way up there. And that's exactly what he's doing, executing it very well, if I may say. Queen high board, Queen 4-2 with the spade flush draw. Spades are held by Patrick Yados. And Jakub has top pair, and Ladislav also with top pair. But he's got that pesky king of spades that could come in handy later on. Peeled the small blind, and he's going to lead into the field now, and I really don't mind his hand selection. He's got both backdoor flush draw and a strong front door flush draw blocker with that top pair blocker. On a board like Queen 4 deuce, the main component that you want to have is the queen, of course, because the hands like 4s, deuces, queen deuce, queen 4 are just going to be less common than the top set that's out there. So it's kind of a mergy lead. He has options later on. It is somewhat for value and somewhat to set the price for the continue. Doesn't really want to check and see the button fire out 3/4 pot, and then all of a sudden he's in the sandwich with the player behind and kind of unsure as what to do. So taking the initiative himself, certainly quite a shrewd option, I would say. And does see 2 calls, and now he can be quite comfortable that his hand has good playability here. And indeed, the queen on the turn, the case queen, improving seats 6, 7 and 8, Ladislav and Jakub. Loving the sight of that. So 120k in the pot, you've just improved to essentially the nuts, and you've had 2 players calling the flop. You can certainly rule out most of the better hands that would be there at this point. Queen 4 may have decided to go with it. 4s and deuces, less common in the ranges. And now it's kind of awkward because he's got a pot-sized bet, and simply shoving in for pot is kind of wasting the value of your hand. With that king of spades blocker, may feel comfortable sliding this one over and kind of checking as if to say that he was firing with the flush draw on the flop and now wants to protect his checking range. Would be quite sneaky, but looks like he might be going for the sort of middling size. It is pot committing, but it certainly allows a more tempting price for his opponents to potentially either call with draws or indeed deny the equity of those draws. So it's basically a shove, but he's just allowing his opponents kind of a trickier price. If he just shoves for pot here 3 ways, it's glaringly obvious that he's got a queen or better when he gets called twice on the flop. And yeah, the money does go in, and both players will be slightly disappointed to see that their opponent has essentially the same hand. And now we get into the realms of which of the live side cards may quash the hopes of the other player. So a 10-9 jack or 6 for some blood. And for those of you pacifists at home, you'll be happy to see the king, as no blood is lost between the two players. They do end up picking up some of Patrick's money, who continued to flop. Chopping that one up. And indeed not a disaster, of course, to win a couple of blinds. As I was saying about Boris's game and the way that he's maneuvered, this kind of approach is, I think, very, very tough to play against. Very tough to eliminate someone that plays this nuanced style. When Party Poker will be working in Kazakhstan, I can't tell you that, unfortunately. I really don't know. But I can ask. Kazakhstan isn't a market that I'm aware of, to be honest. I don't think I've actually played with the Kazakhstan flag in recent memory in online poker. Yeah, Bratislava, beautiful. Nice city. Definitely lots to see here. You've got that funky UFO tower, sort of spaceships shaped building overlooking the Danube and some of the beautiful kind of Slavic architecture that you see here. Lovely cobbled streets intertwining with this sort of tall, grey, quite imposing looking buildings. Really is a sight for sore eyes. So King 9 deuce deuce, pretty marginal holding, but flopping essentially the jackpot as far as the tri-suit King 9 deuce deuce goes. Top pair with the King high flush draw. Patrick also flopping top pair, but he's got a 6 to go alongside it. That's top 2, and still 50-50. Boris can, of course, improve in the form of a deuce, a 9, or a heart. And Patrick looking for, essentially, to fade those cards. He does have position, which is going to give him a competitive advantage, being able to dictate the size of the pot and also dictate the size of the bets for the most part. Eight of hearts on the turn. Still at 2.7 SPR, so Boris maybe not wanting to announce the flush straight away in terms of a lead. Despite having 3 hearts, it is the second nuts. Third if you include the 7-5 of hearts, but obviously such a small factor to consider. And a 4 on the river now. could incite Patrick to, although his hand does have decent showdown value, but he will want hands like 7-5 to fold, which is a very common hand for Boris to have here, continuing with the straight draw, turning it, however, there are 3 hearts. So if Boris checks here, attempting to incite just a check call line, Boris doesn't really want to bet call this holding. Patrick can definitely have hands like 6-6, King-4, King-King, and Patrick just deciding he's got enough showdown value, not going to get creative and try and get his opponent to fold such a hand like a 7-5 or a baby flush with the big polarizing river sizing, just saying, look, let's take it to showdown. No need to battle. Yeah, partypoker.com/Ian/live is where you can find all of the information for the live stops asked by Supernova there. And the free roll password for you guys interested is in free roll. Very creative one today. Free roll in all capital letters.
Goal lines are being ground feet, small one 600, big one 1200, big one 1200, and that is the last level for hand here in the tournament.
So not much to report here. Another limp and check. And a full house for Boris. The underfull, 10-10-6, I believe the flop. Gives him the check mark already. Unblocking all of the hands that are going to continue here, the 7, the 8, the 9, which would unblocking straight draws. He unblocks hearts, the main ones. So he will go for a bet here. Makes a lot of sense. And Patrick just has absolute air. No need to continue. Quite slow between these guys as they're kind of tiptoeing around each other. Seeing who will strike first. And occasionally PLO play, tournament play, when played very well, can descend into this. People respecting the ICM, people respecting the sort of anti-necessity, let's say. I don't think that's a word, or unnecessity is a word, but let's go with anti-necessity to make the pots huge and kind of incite thin edges being played in these big pots, which is kind of what the game does, you know. If you were to go in with essentially any 4 random cards versus aces, aces is going to be much less of a favourite than in No Limit Hold'em, where you're going to be seeing sort of 80-85%. In this game, it can be sort of 60 to 65 kind of realm.
The journey is like the destination is like
Forrest has actually peeled here with the Jack 10 5-4. Being the biggest stack at the table, electing to play like a pre-flop float strategy to make things tough for Jakob post-flop, and does have a double gut shot on the flop. We'll continue with that double gutty. Also has the backdoor clubs as well, but looking for a king or a 3. Queen on the turn, and this is the problem with Jakob's flop bet. It's going to be quite lost on a lot of turn cards here unless he turns an 8-5-6 or club. So it might have been better just to check that one, but he's going to follow it up with the second bet. So looks like the plan was to represent a stronger holding all along, and does have the best hand and denies a little bit of equity from his opponent as well, which is always a good thing.
All the players from 1K, 1K tournament, please retake your seats. We will continue in 2 minutes.
Let's just catch up with people in the chat. Omaha 4 card, yes. Thank you very much for the reminder. 4 card PLO for you guys that are new to Omaha. You have to play 2 cards. So for example, if there's 4 spades on the board and you've got the ace of spades with, let's say, 3 red cards, diamonds and hearts, you do not have a flush. You need to play 2 of your cards at any one time. So let's say we've got a hand like King 8 6 5 and the board is 8 8 deuce deuce 3. We don't have a full house. We have the King 8 for the top trips with the King kicker. So the main things to worry about there in a little crash course. But certainly a game with more cards comes more action and more combinations of good hands, so you will see a lot more collisions naturally, but as I said, the game when played at a high level in a tournament format, you're going to see a lot of players that are very aware of the ICM considerations, kind of tiptoeing around. We haven't really seen any big pots over the course of the last hour or so. Hard Gain says, hello there after a very long time. Is this a resurrection of the Party Poker channel? It is indeed, sir. Party Poker back on the scene, and the next stop will be Malta, coming up in a couple of months' time. Check out everything over at partypoker.com/en/live to check out all the rest of the future stops. As you can see, for the eagle-eyed viewers on the left-hand side, 13.4k is the amount that each player has locked up right now. And 40,000 euros will be for the winner. So still a heavy chunk of change left to be played for between these 4. 3 Czech players and 1 Bulgarian. Patrick Galos here on the under the gun. Just letting it go there, that double suited holding too many low cards for his liking. I think it's a shrewd decision. And again, quite slow so far. Not really too many premium holdings in this one. Ace 3, 3 deuce. Doesn't want to commit too many chips with the low connectivity. Does have a nut suit though, so that always can come in handy. Jack on the river means the pocket threes now improving to a boat, and a good example of what I was talking about with players new to Omaha, that king doesn't mean he has a full house, he's just playing the 2 pair, kings and jacks with the 10 kicker. So it can be confusing at times if you are new to the game, but something good to keep an eye on. Which country are you from, Hard Game? Unfortunately, Party Poker had to leave. As we mentioned yesterday, Party Poker is very stringent and on top of the regulations behind which are the zones in which are fair to operate in, and any kind of grey areas are not tend to be touched by PP for good reason. Still going to take a while for some countries to come to terms with the potential of poker being a different form of gambling and being treated under the same brush as some of the more intense forms of gambling, like slots, that are simply having no skill whatsoever. Boris deciding to go for another limp there with the kings. Again, just using a strong hand to balance out the fact that he has been limping a lot of small blinds. Both players flopping a flush blocker. Boris king high, Patrick queen high. Patrick also has sixes that block some of the straight draws, which is of note in a limp pot, where the ranges are going to be quite wide. Shouldn't really be folding a wrap or any kind of strong straight draw, despite there being a flush possible. It's just too weak. So having sixes is a pretty nice component to start bluffing with. Does go for 10k and does find the call. Gut shot with the kings. Jack on the turn. And Boris finds himself with a double gut shot now. Patrick improving to pick up a jack. Gonna go for another barrel here. Looking to maybe move his opponent off hands like 7-5. The occasional 7 deuce and 5 deuce. Let's hope indeed for a comeback in Slovenia. It's a lovely part of the world. I went to Ljubljana. Is that a very good pronunciation? May be completely wrong. Going to be joined by a familiar voice to you guys, Thomas from yesterday. How you doing?
How you doing, George?
Yeah, all good.
What's the action been like here? It's
Quite
four-handed,
slow.
right?
Quite slow, yeah. PLO tournaments. People are taking their time, quite limpy. Lots of limping, stabbing.
I didn't look at the page jumps. Are page jumps kind of significant at the minute?
Yeah, so they're on the left. So 13.4, 18, 26, and then 40.
Okay.
So,
Oh, Finton bubbled, did he?
no, he got the cash. He got 10K.
Oh, he came fifth, right?
Yeah. And he unfortunately was in a big pot with, I think it was kings, and the guy had jacks, and it was a jack deuce 3, so he committed a stack and unfortunately ran into the bad news.
Is this the... Sorry, I'm just not jumping in. I'm not familiar with names. He was playing the
That's
cash.
Patrick. Yeah, seat 1 from yesterday.
Yeah.
Quite a loose and sort of carefree player. He's shown his mettle really in the tournament scene. He's very much played a solid game, I would say, so far.
I think tournaments do kind of showcase your ability in a PLO, don't they?
Definitely, yeah.
Especially like having like a short to medium kind of stack, kind of.
Yeah. Lots of
Navigate. Yeah.
Lots of navigation, exactly. Whereas cash games, you can kind of spin it around and chuck the money in and kind of see what happens.
Rebuy, yeah.
You know, it does.
Well, like where you have to protect your stack. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And in tournaments, there's much more to think about. You've got to think about, what am I going to do versus the 3-bet? Am I going to develop a limping range here? Am I going to pop? You know, am I going to open to 2x? You know, lots of different ways.
Forward thinking, like a couple of actions ahead kind of thing,
like
isn't
chess, isn't it? Yeah. Thinking ahead, making sure that...
Saying that, I don't really like chess.
You don't like chess?
No, but I love PLO.
Yeah?
I can play it.
Yeah.
But just don't like that thinking ahead in chess, even though...
No?
Although in PLO, I love thinking ahead. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's just a different
Weird,
kind
yeah.
of thinking, isn't it? Yeah. So top set for Jakob here, and he's got 2 customers pre-flop. And what do they have? Patrick with a gut shot, middle pair, and a straight draw. So
Patrick's hand's kind of interesting with having a queen of spades there if he wants to continue and then rep his spades maybe.
Yeah, that's possible for sure. Vladislav, not really an awful lot to consider betting multi-way. Jakob now going to go for some kind of half to 2/3, I would imagine. Does bet 50, so more in the 2/3. Yeah, sort of 3/4 type range.
I think I like it. He doesn't block any of the kind of blocks the 4 for the continuing range, nothing else. I kind of like the big bet.
Yeah, I don't mind it either. Just thin out the field a little bit and get the SPR down for the turn where you can really pump the money in. No spade in his hand. No cards really interacting with too many of the straight draws, so just looking to get the value there and then.
And protect your hand, obviously, as well.
Yeah, it's a big thing, right? In Hold'em, if you flop top set, you're thinking, well, whatever the run out is, I'm going to feel good about my hand.
Within reason, yes.
Yeah, true. Unless it comes 4 clubs or something. But in PLO, definitely things could change much faster. Any change in board texture has to be considered and evaluated.
That's the beauty about this game. It's just so complicated.
Yeah, absolutely. So much going on.
Just Jack 9-8 here. It's no suit. 3-handed. It's a decent hand, right?
Yeah, I would say so. It's rainbow, but just about connected enough to open. He's one of the bigger stacks. Patrick here playing 8k big blind now. It's a bit too many chips to be committing with the rainbow kings, so it does elect to peel. Quite nice to incorporate more peels on the button as well, more position later on, of course.
Absolutely agree with you. It's very well connected as well. King, Jack 10.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though it's rainbow.
Just not a hand that he wants to ISO versus this limp now, and then face the back raise and have to get all of his chips in behind.
He's considering a squeeze here, is he? Jacob, King 10-9-3 double.
Yeah, what's he going for here? King 10-9-3.
He is.
I think it's the first limp I've seen from Boris, so often I think the assumption would be that that would be a slightly weaker hand. Because if you haven't developed a limping range already, why would you start limping a stronger hand, right?
Sure, yeah.
You're going to want to just keep the pot small. And Boris does end up actually kind of coming along here with the rainbow Jack 9-8. Patrick definitely calling.
Tough for him there.
Yeah.
I think it'd be a different story if it was on a button, right?
Yeah, I would probably fold this hand if I were to limp it.
Sure.
Just with that button.
On the button, I think. If you on a button, you
Yeah.
it's a completely different story.
Exactly, yeah, and he's got a player behind out of position as well. He's going to be sandwiched. It's kind of just set mining most of the time.
Exactly, yeah.
No suit to work
What
with.
do you think about the squeeze with King 10-9-3?
Very aggressive.
Yeah.
You want an ace blocker most of the time because if someone's trapping you, they're going to be limp raising a bad aces combo, you know?
Sure. And like even the tree, if the tree was an 8 or 7,
definitely.
yeah,
Then
different
you
story.
can face the back raise quite happily. 'Cause
Exactly.
You've got good
Yeah.
connectivity. Now all of a sudden, if he does go for a limp raise, you're in a lot of shit. So all diamonds on the flop, it's going to be a case of who wants it the most. Always interesting, these monotone boards,
it's like,
multi-way.
yes,
It's
like
just a game of cat and mouse, isn't it?
But I think the squeezer usually takes, if the squeezer takes the lead there, they usually take it down. And then it's up to somebody else to kind of try to punish him, sort of say. But it's very hard for a leader to lead there with no diamond, right?
Yeah, exactly. Squeezing, facing two ranges, they're going to be quite double-suited heavy a lot of the time as well. Either the weaker double-suited holdings or these kind of like stronger holdings but without suits, you know.
You're going to want to have a diamond in the hand to
Definitely three ways.
lead, yeah.
Heads up, you may be able to just kind of stab for a very small size and just target like snap folds, but definitely want a diamond multi-way. Boris,
Love this from Patrick.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Yeah, he seems to be well aware of what it. Yeah,
it's just
Jack of Diamonds is very relevant for him.
This is the power of position in PLO. You see the squeezer, he's not betting the flop, and then you also get the other guy not betting the flop as well, and you do have a diamond blocker in your hand.
It's huge, right?
It's huge, and also just the power of position there. It's so difficult to play against. Is the squeezer now going to represent that they trapped and now bluff raise you? Almost never, I would say. You know, they would just naturally continue the flop.
Absolutely, because even if you have that not flush, like you just want to lead, right?
Yeah, either bet or check. So what I'm saying is
you don't want to go check raise with enough, like it just not going to work out for most of your chips, kind of thing.
Queen 10-7 deuce rainbow. I think that's about one of the worst hands you could get without having.
I actually don't even know what's the worst hand can you get in
quads, isn't it? Quad deuces, I guess.
Sure, yeah.
You've got a pair.
Saying that, like, anytime you get like trips in your hand, I seem to always flop a set with them.
Do you?
You know what I mean?
That's because you're probably more mindful of the times that you do flop a set, you know, because it feels like more.
Possibly.
Yeah, because it feels like, ooh.
Possibly, yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Possibly. But it's like when you have like king, 3, and you're like, so I'm going to defend my big blind, like, you know?
Flop, yeah. Oh, king high. Lovely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So Queen 10 for rainbow. Boris with a pair and a gut shot to the nuts, and Jakob with pretty much a swing.
So weird, right? Ace-Jack is leading here with 56%, and then 6-5-5-3 actually has 44% in equity, and he has
always
nothing.
so close. Yeah, he's just got a pair of fives, you know. Turns a piece in the form of an open-ender now, and a pair. And Boris now with bottom 2 facing the double check line, maybe looking to protect. Does go for another check.
Yeah.
Plays it slow, and unfortunately he runs into the backdoor nuts from Jakob now. Limping the small blind.
I would like to see a protection size bet from
I think
Jack
so,
4-3.
yeah. I don't think we're going to see many better holdings double check there. Queen 10, Queen 4. green 3 all probably would have bet. You
10
can
4,
get
10 3.
get some value from like a 10x plus a gut shot, that kind
Exactly,
of holding.
yeah.
Just and deny it as well because he's got all the live side.
10 Jack 9 X or whatever, yeah.
I would have bet the 4-3 there with the gut shot for sure.
And it's literally more of a protection bet, right? Just to kind of.
Yeah, just protection, and it makes your life quite easier on the river as well.
Absolutely, because you're gonna get checked into a lot, right? And you can decide what to do.
Yeah, you're gonna be in flow. Yeah, for sure.
Good way of putting it there. In flow.
In flow, yeah. Kind of like, oh, check it over. You know, people don't tend to
That's
like.
the thing. Even hold them or whatever. You know, sometimes when you make a decision on the turn, it's like, if I bet here, I'm usually gonna get checks into me on the river.
Exactly. You see people going for these like really sort of small blocker bets on the turn in order to get a check.
Exactly.
On the river. Yeah. And often it kind of looks like what it is, but it's very difficult to play against. You know.
That's where the forward thinker comes into it, isn't it? Like kind of like.
Because you're attacking a weak range with this block on the turn. Let's say your opponent out of position goes check flop, check turn, you block there. What are they going to rep if they're going to start check raising you?
Exactly,
Not a lot, right?
yeah. Or leading the river or whatever.
Yeah. It just doesn't make sense. So it's a nice way to navigate, and it makes you very difficult to play against if you're using these small little fiddly bits of aggression.
Within reason, for sure. Absolutely.
Exactly, yeah.
So do you have anybody that you fancy winning here, George, or like somebody in your spotlight that you've been haven't watched the final table at all?
Bratislava seat 7 has been a little bit tight for me. Just been a little bit sort of this guy here with the glasses, missing a couple of bets and just been a little bit kind of off the boil. Patrick, I think.
Sorry to interrupt you there. Is this the old Czech from Czech Republic, are they?
That's it. Yeah. There are three Czech Republic guys and one guy from Bulgaria on the left-hand side of the screen there.
That's kind of amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a strong country for poker, even though they don't have much online. They play a lot of live poker over in Rosvadov. Lots of the guys come here for some of the bigger games at the car casino.
I'm actually surprised. I never kind of play poker a lot, but never experienced a lot of Slovakians gonna.
Yeah, no.
I know Czech are very strong in poker kind of thing. Austrians are, German obviously.
Of course, yeah, tough players.
Nice to see.
It is, yeah.
Poker's booming.
It is, man. It's everywhere.
It is booming.
It really is.
Great to see.
Yeah, it's looking up, and it's expanding basically worldwide. And so Ladislav blocks his flop boat, and Patrick just gets out the way there. Does flop a rat, but just decides his opponent is so strong that.
That's I don't know how to say it. It's a good fold, obviously, but it's a very thoughtful fold.
Yeah,
he knows he doesn't want to hit his straight.
He knows his customer.
Exactly.
He knows he's got a strong range. He's betting the flop.
He put it in a perfect way. He knows his customer.
Yeah, he understands this guy is on the conservative side. Maybe some kind of live reads going on. You know, this guy's beaming ear to ear.
And like you said to me there a few minutes ago, I think you said he was playing a couple of pots passive or whatever, so he's probably just betting when he has like a
good stuff and checking whatever else, you know.
That's a great read on Patrick's side, though.
It is. It's very easy to just close your eyes and continue there.
Absolutely. And then when you hit, and then you go, well, I have
9 on the turn, facing another bet. Oh God, what am I going to do now?
And I think that's where most of the value thought biggest play comes from, where you have to evaluate what you're going to do when you hit the card.
Exactly, yeah.
Not much happening here, just Jack 4-3-3 and King 6-4 deuce. Small blind versus big blind.
Lots
I think
of
the lads would like to chop it up.
Yeah, lots of these small fiddly pots. It does work nicer in cash, doesn't it? You're just like, right, should we just move on to the next hand and sort of stop wasting everyone's time? But in tournaments, you got to go through these. They're annoying.
Yeah, and then they're annoying, especially in the small blind. You like.
Yeah, you peel. Comes the flop, completely brick it, check, turn something, go for a bet, they call.
You have to decide, it's like, right, just all these weaker ranges, right?
Absolutely, it just feels like you're firing into the abyss.
Absolutely.
Really tough to know what your opponent's got, what they're
You
doing.
literally, yeah, it's just blind poker kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. So you got to find out in the form of aggression or
Reads,
or reads.
experience from the past play or whatever.
Absolutely. So Patrick, still just the 3 big blinds in the middle.
King 6 is ahead with just a pair of 6s.
Yeah, just that 2 pair there. Is he going to do anything with that?
It's kind of like whoever takes the first aggressive action kind of takes it down with these spots. And kind of
Definitely.
the aggressive play usually takes these down.
Yeah, if he bets 1 big blind here, you still see that Patrick's hand is inferior, but it still has 34% equity, and there's one of the improvements.
Straight, yeah.
The 7 gives him the bottom straight. Does lose to any 8-9, 8-5, 8-6. Some of those you can eliminate based on how passive the hand has been played. So he does go for the value. And he bets 10k.
You want to bet small here, I think. Like,
so.
You don't want to bet big here because you're not exactly repping big houses or anything like that.
No, you're just repping straights and that's it basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. A straight plus, I would say.
Try and get called by, I don't know, maybe pocket 10s that might have.
Maybe, yeah.
Something
like that. Some kind of weak overpair that just might see you for 1 blind.
Exactly. And that's the thing, when you bet, you want to think like what's going to call me like.
Yeah, and that's how you should adjust your sizing. Try to manipulate your opponent's range in the way where if I bet this size, he's going to continue with X, Y, Z. Does that make sense for me to do that? What do I want to achieve here?
Exactly, 100%.
Yeah. That's like the forward-thinking thing that we were talking about, that theme.
Then when you get into that, sometimes you can overthink stuff as well. You can get into the deep hole of just like...
Yeah, and then you lose the simplicity of the game.
Yeah.
That's important as well, being consistent, playing
hard
poker.
To get the whole balance all together.
Definitely, yeah, it comes with years of experience.
I actually have a funny story.
Go on.
I was studying PLO there for the last couple of years or whatever. And I jumped in there, played after COVID, I jumped in and played a Hold'em tournament.
I know.
I defended a 2-3. I don't remember, it was suited and unsuited anyways. I flopped nuts.
Right.
As in like an ace-5-4.
Yeah.
It was like a 4-5-way pot. It was a C-bet, it went, I call it C-bet, it went 3 ways. Turn was like a 6 or a 7.
Okay.
And the action kicked off.
Right.
I ended up folding her.
Ace 5, 4, 6.
I gave her credit for like a 6-8 or 6-7 or something like that.
Yeah, you lose a lot. You lose to 2 straights now, right? Yeah.
But me thinking in the PLO frame of mind, I was like, somebody must have a bigger straight. So none of them have any.
What do they have? Just an ace?
Somebody had a 2 pair and somebody had a set maybe.
Okay. So
I remember just thinking, I was like,
oh,
what in the world was I thinking like?
Yeah. Because you've been too accustomed to PLO with how tight the ranges are, right?
Yeah.
You've got third nuts there and people are firing money and you're in a tough spot.
I was absolutely disgusted, Jordan. I couldn't. I actually left. I was like, I'm not even actually going to re-enter the tournament. I went home. And I was like, I need to dwell up on that because I was like, yeah.
I don't blame you. Yeah, it's quite difficult to switch between the games sometimes. I found that as well. I transitioned to PLO 2 or 3 years ago, like full time, and every time I go back to Hold'em, I do feel a little bit tight. You know, I just feel like I'm not quite.
It is. It's very hard to be present at each game, right?
Yeah.
Like to be like.
Beating the format or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, to be conscious of what game are you playing, because you're so used to like studying. Whatever you're studying for the last 6 or 12 months, you're kind of well aware of that.
Yeah. Got to pick your poison. I think there are some guys that could do the all-rounder stuff, and you see that in all walks of life. But I think the best thing to do is focus on one.
It takes time to adjust, though.
Definitely.
What we've got here? Queen, 5 deuce.
Yeah, quite a slow hand. Ladislav deciding if he's going to go with the queens here. Just no additional equity whatsoever.
So we have a bet from 966.
Yeah, kind of getting muscled off of the pot here. He's got a straight blocker and he's also got a flush draw.
Right?
Yeah, he's betting pretty chunky. Saying he's got a 7 or better, I think.
A straight, like 9-8 straight, right?
Exactly, yeah. So 9-8, 7x, pocket 10s.
Very hard to continue there for Queen.
Queen, no side cards. You can really be shoving it in essentially dead here quite a lot of the time.
Oh, he actually only has a 2x pot. Well, he bet 50, he only has 110k.
Exactly, so a really polarizing, big bet, tough to play against out of position. And more times than not, we have seen Ladislav err on the side of caution, which is what he does once again.
I think people start noticing now, George, and taking advantage of that, are they?
I think so, yeah. I think Patrick has done the same as well. He made a very tight fold with that wrap on the paired board that you picked up on. And Jakub there in the yellow polo now moving up to 600k.
Nearly 2x the second.
Yeah, and this is a beauty of this position. I think he should really be opening essentially every hand at this stage because he's got
absolute pressure for
exactly.
on the board.
You've got a tight guy on 11 big blinds that's not going anywhere, so this is the perfect time to take back
for second and third places.
Yeah, get a duffel bag and just start filling it full of cash because you can essentially steal from these two guys. They do not want to put themselves at risk and bust before Ladislav there in seat 7.
Especially if you know that they're aware of that. They're
Yeah,
not actually punting, so we say.
Yeah, you can see the way they're playing at small pots, nice and calculated, no massive
It's like
bluff.
a free roll for you nearly for all these extra few chips. You can just...
Yeah, definitely. You want to be getting in there. Patrick opening it up. Jakub now with the double suited kings.
Very lovely hand here, 400.
Goes for the call.
Very interesting in the small blind.
Yeah. Playing 35 bigs versus essentially the cutoff.
It's a min raise. Blinds are 5 to 10k.
Yeah,
It's a min raise to
Patrick
20k.
going with the min raise strategy, wants to keep the SPR high. That means there's more skill post flop, right, with the bigger stack to
I
flop
like
ratio.
it. I
Yeah,
like
it's
it.
cool. I like it as well. Pretty big flop for Jakub. Over pair flush draw on a really sort of innocuous board. The 10 deuce 4 not going to be connecting too much with Patrick. He's going to have some 10s, but aside from that, no like super strong hands. And he's got queen 9 8 5 double, and that's just not going to be able to continue. Jakub actually with the check mark, as Patrick has no pair, no draw, is going to go for the delayed bet. Not going to be facing a fold here just yet from Jakub with his equity. Jakub looking for king, jack 3 or club to make life a little bit easier.
I guess he's repping like a ace 5, 5, 6, going over the 5 there.
That kind of thing, yeah. Lots of those may have bet the flop. Can still have some that don't have like a club in their hand or any kind of additional equity.
Yeah, I'd like to see him continue barreling here.
He's got to now.
Yeah,
he's got to. When he's got queen high here, it's basically the worst hand he can have. He doesn't have clubs in his hand as well.
Exactly, yeah. So he has to realise kind of like, well,
which gives your opponents some nice snap folds, you know.
Absolutely.
And just target the
big
D8.
calls with kings, snap calls with kings there.
He's got top set on the river as
well. Oh, sorry, I
yeah,
didn't see the king there.
Yeah, so gonna have to pay him off for sure.
Yeah, it's one of those where like, all right, show me. Have you got it? You got it.
Exactly. You check back the flop. You're gonna get rid of some of the straights from your range that would have bluffed the flop or something, or c-bet the flop, right?
Yeah, but when you hit the king, it's one of those like, okay, mate, what have we got? Have you got it? Oh no.
Exactly. Let's have a look. Yeah, Jakub just going from strength to strength now, building his way up to, well, we'll have almost 800,000 chips. And so 48 players times 30,000, that's about 1.444 million. So he's going to have 2/3 of the chips in play.
That's huge, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially in PLO with big blind ante as well. That's a big thing now. A lot of chips to pick up compared to like no ante.
Yeah, with the ante as well, it suits the chip leader. If I were designing a PLO tournament, I would take the ante out once for the short-handed,
I would have to agree with you. They used to do that years. Well, when the big blind ante first kicked off, they used to cut it off in half when there was like a 4 or 5.
Yeah, that worked well.
That kind of disappeared.
Yeah,
all of a
I like
sudden.
that. I don't know why.
But I think it's fair.
Yeah, it was fair.
Because it becomes like a 20-30%.
Well, I've played heads up hold'em. I got to the final table. I played the guy heads up, and we were playing heads up with a big blind ante. So you don't really fold a button.
It's
Do you know
like
what I mean?
50% ante kind of thing.
Yeah, it's just massive, and it just made the game with so much less play. You know, just kind of spinning it.
It does make a huge difference, especially if you realise that happens like that. If you're 4-5 handed, like 20-30% of big blind is an ante.
Yeah.
Like you should be like adjusting to that accordingly, but people don't really.
And I was like sitting there with 15 bigs on the button. There's 2 big blinds already dead in the pot. You know, you're just shoving a lot. You know, there's less incentive to really limp. You're just kind of trying to steal.
Absolutely agree with you. They should make a rule where they're gonna
reimpose that. I don't know why that went either. I was a big fan of this format. It's a shame.
I am a big fan of having an ante in the first place though in PLO because it kind of gets rid of those. Super tight players, we can just kind of
just kind of fester in there, you know, like hanging around waiting for double suited aces. They'll peel everything else and just only raise with aces.
So it becomes a mistake in a lot of spots where like they don't defend the big blind or whatever.
Yeah, you want to get them, allow them to be punished for that rather than kind of rewarded in some
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's more fun for everybody, right?
It is, yeah.
It makes the game move on much faster and just make the pots bigger.
Absolutely. Jakob now folding once again, but Boris with picking up a pretty nice holding here on the button. Ace, Queen, Queen 7, facing 2 short stacks. Many ways to play this. You can go for a small raise, trying to incite a 3-bet, obviously going versus either opponent here, or you can just pot it in and take down.
I think I'd prefer to pot it in there. Try to
Me
get
too,
rid
with
of
the
small
ante.
blind. Yeah,
with the ante,
exactly.
you're more incentivized just to steal.
And like just get rid of a small blind, not to make them peel cheaply against you.
Yeah, that's it. A strong holding, but often these kind of holdings do diminish in strength as you go down the street.
It's very awkward to play Ace Queen Queen 7, especially multi-way, right?
Yeah, well, exactly. You're often just left with
blockers.
Or blockers, right? Yeah.
Oh, flush draw or whatever, but
yeah, but just lacking the connectivity of lots of other hands. You know, like an Ace Jack 10-8 would be a much easier hand to have playability with. But in terms of raw hand strength pre-flop, you know, having an Ace Queen Queen, it's going to be tough to be behind.
It's top of the range, especially 4-handed. It's
and happy to get it in with Ladislav here. Ladislav going to be continuing for sure. King Jack 10 deuce, decent connectivity and a decent suit. Could see some fireworks if a couple of clubs come lurking on the flop.
Off to the flop we go.
Yeah, King Ace 7. So 2 pair for Boris, and Ladislav has a pair and a gut shot.
That ace kind of kills his hand, right?
Yeah, he would have been loving that window card king.
Yes.
It's always followed by the ace.
Beautiful to start with.
Beautiful start, and then all of a sudden now he's left with this kind of middling equity hand. Does he go for the donk jam? Probably not. Doesn't really achieve anything. You'd rather...
No, because you're not going to make any ace to fold against this SPR.
Exactly, and you may, if you check and the guy sticks it in, I don't think you can really fold here with the king and the gut shot. It's a pot-sized bet. Does go with it, and he's going to get the call.
I actually don't know how I feel about it. I actually don't know. I'll have to go back and think about come back to you tomorrow.
It's kind of whatever, isn't it?
It is.
It's not bad.
You're just hoping it doesn't have an ace.
It's not bad, but it's not necessarily great either. You know, he's just kind of going with the hand and maybe trying to fold out some equity, but King...
I mean, he's going to fold out a lot of like Jack 10, 9, 8 or whatever.
Yeah, maybe a gut shot with the backdoor flush draw. That's
that
good
might
for like
check back.
25-30%. Yeah, true. 6 on the river, and Boris is going to clean that one up now, and we are going to be down to 3 players. Ladislav Pospisil is going to be unfortunately exiting the door there in 4th place for 13,400 euros. So now the players do improve to 3 left with 18,000 locked up.
What's the next min cash? Sorry.
The next min cash is 18,000 euros, and then we got 26.
Proper money now.
And the winners get 40. Yeah, so looking
What do
pretty.
you think about the 10k min cash?
It's not my favourite structure, but it's something that they do very consistently here at Card Casino. They got this big min cash, and for PLO, there's already enough ICM as there is to really deal with a 3x min cash for me, 4x min cash. Sorry, I would prefer to see a couple of extra people paid.
Absolutely, maybe like a 6.5k min cash or something like that.
Yeah, 5k even.
When there's re-entries, I do believe it has to be plus, like at least 2x, 2.5x your buy-in.
Yeah, but they always typically pay 10 to 12.5% here.
They kind of go with the history or whatever that we're paying out.
It's a little bit kind of set in stone, so they don't tend to change that very often. But it can be quite frustrating when you're reaching the, you should already be in the money.
The pressure on the bubble, I'd say.
It's quite draining to play in that as well. You're just folding and really focusing and trying to make sure that you don't self-destruct and do off a load of cash.
When you say self-destructing in tilt, right?
Well, just get the money in too loose and forget about the focus of the situation, which is to play solid, right, and navigate your way into the cash.
Queen 6-5-3 takes the lead there with a pair and an up and down draw. I like it. I think whoever takes the lead first in these pots usually wins. He goes check, check. So he wants some more.
Absolutely. Let's see what develops here. Is he going to continue with the a6? Doesn't have really any side equity alongside, but is having the best hand at present. And with all these overcards, can improve to lots of stronger two pairs as well. Knows his opponent is capable of firing here.
For Boris to continue here, it'd
be quite impressive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. He has all the overs to the 10, ace, king, jack.
Yeah. Just the problem is that in these spots versus the...
You don't want to be up against the 4, yeah.
You're dead against the 4, essentially. And your opponent's going to have lots of straight draws and hands that can realize as well. So well played from Jakub there.
Is there a trophy here?
I believe so, yeah. The European Omaha Championship. Surely that needs to come with a trophy, doesn't it? It's this big sounding title. Playing for 40,000 euros in an Omaha tournament. That's a big first prize outside of Vegas, like there's...
Absolutely.
Yeah, Party Poker doing good things
love
there.
To see it around Europe nowadays with PLO kicking off tournaments especially.
Yeah, I've played lots of PLO tournaments around this level and just under, and it's 40,000 for top. I don't think I've seen for quite some time.
I was just in Vegas there a few weeks ago. Played a lot of single-day event PLO tournaments. Bricked every one of them.
Did you? No cashes?
No cashes in PLO at all.
Wow. How about Hold'em? Did you play any Hold'em?
Yeah, I played the first event. I played the Gladiator.
Yeah.
28,000 runners. Came 130th.
Did you?
Got like 3.5k. It's like
good run, but it doesn't pay for much
in
Vegas, does it?
Yeah. It's gone so expensive over there as well.
Yeah, was it 200 a night for the hotel?
No, we stayed in Airbnb with a couple of lads, but just like your daily expenses, just
through the roof, right?
Even from last year, they kind of went up by 20-30%. Forget about going on a night out.
Yes. Just dusting, yeah?
Just dusting. Just dust. Pure dust.
Yeah. So the 7 on the river, still seeing a chop between the two players with the king-queen. Slow hand. Need to get to the showdown.
Two guys have king-queen, right? Chop it up.
Yeah, they're playing kind of a game of cat and mouse now where they don't want to they don't want to build big pots with these kind of medium holdings when you've got Patrick who's sat there quite short, I believe. Last time I checked his stack, he was on about 200,000, if not less. So it's kind of a bit of an unspoken waiting game, I would say. where they don't.
Yeah. So I think if somebody takes the aggressive option, they might be able to think it all over.
Potentially, yeah. They would have to barrel kind of a couple of streets. The king wouldn't be so easy to fold or just to one bet, but definitely 2 or 3 bets would have been would have taken it off.
Sure. Nice setup to have over here all the time.
It is, yeah.
The cameras, even the way they have the lights down, it's not in your eyes, it's just perfectly on the cards and the flop.
They've improved the table position from last time. It was in the corner, and that meant it got quite hot there, and it was just a bit sweatier and more intense, you know. Whereas it's nice and airy. You can see in the background on the left of your screen people walking in, maybe registering the main event that's doing good numbers this week. Still a couple of flights to go tomorrow morning.
I'm still in there. I'm actually.
Oh yeah, you got a day 2 stack.
I don't even know what the 2 stack is. But
what's that? You're in that or what?
I'm in that now. Yeah.
Right now. Oh, you're on break.
Yeah.
You're just coming for a spin in the commentary booth. Yeah.
Yeah. Just get the experience.
Cobwebs off. And how's that going? You got anything
I'm
decent?
Like 4x starting stack.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the day 2 stack should be like. I don't know. I'm just enjoying the game.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward. I'm not looking at what I should be doing tomorrow. I'm just kind of enjoying the present now.
Yeah, being present is massive in poker. It's so easy to think about.
It's very
very difficult.
I want to say overrated. Kind of thing. You never think of it like that all the time.
Yeah, kind of a form of meditation, really. Just being present, being focused, and just focusing on what you've got to do with
now,
right now. Yeah, taking it one step at a time. So easy to think about, right, if I win this double up, then I could be on the final table, and then I'm going to be winning the big money, and it's never ending.
Mind, like, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
You can do that with a lot of,
lots of facets in life, you know, thinking about, what if I do this, what if I do that, what if I didn't do that, what if I should have done that, you know, it's never ending. Whereas the whereas the present is just exactly what you've got in front of you.
You can look at somebody and go, so what have you got?
Yeah. Come on, mate. Give me a hand over here. I'm struggling.
And do you know what?
Yeah. You will get
most of the
information
time,
that way. Yeah.
You'll get something.
A little something. Yeah. Especially via these like robotic guys in Hold'em that just sit there and they don't expect you to start talking to them at all.
100% agree with you.
Yeah,
100% agree with you.
They're a bit flustered by it, aren't they?
They actually they don't expect it. They're like,
no. Oh, whoa.
Whoa, this doesn't happen online. Like, why is he talking to me?
Yeah. What? What do I have? What do I say to that?
And it's not even, they don't even have to answer the question.
No, it's more the way they convey themselves, the confidence. Absolutely.
100%, yeah.
Maybe a break in the voice sometimes.
Yes.
It's true, right?
Yeah. Just like, I just want 5% extra of like yes or no.
Absolutely. You can't lose anything by essentially giving yourself a free roll for information, which is talking to people.
That's exactly how I look at it. It's an absolute free roll.
It is. You're not going to lose anything by saying what you got, pal.
Yeah.
Help me out here. You know, you can even go down the sort of chancer route of like, you could be lying. You can say, I really think you're bluffing here when you think it's got value, just to see if maybe there is a chance.
Well, like you said, it's just a pure free roll.
Yeah, you're not going to lose anything.
But you have to think of it, right? You have to be aware to actually
be mindful.
Forget about it.
Definitely. So Patrick here has tried to commit most of his stack, goes to SPR1. Not a great board for him. Wow, king on the turn.
Good turn for him.
Yeah, king for Jakob. Jakob's been absolutely smashing every board, and also finding those nice little intricate bluffs in the smaller pots as well. So he's a really good navigating job.
Wow, he checks back as well.
Yeah, just got it locked right at 1 SPR. So Jakob now, a little bit of a Hollywood.
6-10. He's being afraid of 6-5, 6-10. I know he's blocking the Jack 10s, but
he's got the full house, King 8. So he's got the lot, hasn't he? And he pots it now. And Patrick now really has to think, what the hell could my opponent be bluffing with? Some kind of 9-7. It's got a bit of showdown. To be
honest with you, I wouldn't mind if you put it on a turn. On a rib, I like the foul though.
Yeah, you can definitely block the turn there in position to try and.
It's so awkward for him though, having a SPR 1, like 10 big blinds in the pot.
Very tough to play. You know,
to block.
When you pop the small blind, you almost always get called by the chip leader, and then with hands like that are vulnerable to overcards, your hand becomes pretty dead on those kind of
That's what I'm saying. That when the king prepares a turn, he kind of like
Yeah.
Just gonna maybe either go with it or just kind of.
You could block.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can definitely block for like value / protection. But yeah, going with the passive route.
I like that. They know each other opponents. They've been playing it well with each other, so they're well aware of each other.
Yeah, they've played in private games, I believe.
Fintan was saying yesterday they play 501k.
501k. Yeah, behind closed doors, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's able to just sort of stroll into that game, unfortunately. It is a massive stake for sure. Boris Angelov here with the ace queen 5-4.
Patrick opposite king 987. I like it.
Pretty handy.
It's a pure flip pre-flop. Sure. See who gets there. George, thanks for having me.
No problem, sir.
Jump back into the tournament.
Okay, all the best and good luck.
I'll catch you later on or something like that.
I'll be here.
Enjoy yourself.
All the best, mate. Good luck in the Hold'em comp. That was the dulcet tones of Lucky Mo, who's going back to give everyone hell in the Hold'em streets upstairs, as I'm joined back by Ferdia. How's it going?
Hey, George. Great to be back in.
Was you doing the voiceover on those advertisements?
It was.
A very soft tone, I heard, yeah.
Yeah, that's...
some of your finest work.
Oh, dear. That's we do a lot of multitasking in the Irish Poker Tour, let's put it that way.
The skill set stretches. That's good, though. And so next up for the Irish Poker Tour?
Next up, we have one of our little events we're calling in the Green Isle.
Okay.
The Green Isle Hotel in Dublin.
Yep.
Those are nice small buy-ins, loads and loads, big guarantees.
Yep.
Then we have Killarney, which is our big boy for the... Hang on, I'm getting a little bit tangled with my microphone.
Yeah, no problem.
Give me 2 seconds. There we go. Yeah, that's our kind of, for the Irish Poker Tour itself, that's our big festival. A lot of fun, a lot of...
We just lost
Yaros.
Patrick Yaros. Yeah, it was fairly routine. He got quite short. He just spun it in and unfortunately didn't get ironed out. But yeah, it's one of those spots when he was essentially with Ladislav there, the player before that from when you were last in here was mentioning was quite tight.
Yeah.
It's kind of awkward when you're in the sort of second pack.
Yeah.
You've got the short stack that's playing very tight, and now you have to kind of wait him out.
Yeah.
And it kind of kills any chance that you have of winning the tournament.
You're just.
But you do get the extra $5,000.
Yeah.
It's kind of.
And I mean,
the trade-off.
You want to win, but also.
Yeah.
The Irish Poker Tour.
An instant break is called for
break.
the heads up, guys. We'll be with you shortly.
From humble tour stops countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there.
Hello and welcome back for continued coverage of the Euro Omaha Championship here at the Bratislava Poker Festival, powered by the Irish Poker Festival. As you saw some of our great advertisements for the future upcoming stops, we are here at the Heads Up, and I'm joined once again by Jason Glatzer. How are you, sir?
Very good. I was busy writing up the updates on the Party Poker blog about what happened yesterday, about what is still taking place today, and information about the free rolls, about our stream. So head to the Party Poker blog and check it out. There's updates from the past 3 days, and there'll be updates coming for the next 3 days as well, in addition to hearing my voice in the stream. But it's great to be back for the Heads Up, George, and it looks like Patrick somehow went out in third place. I did miss that, but I did hear that Patrick had a chip lead at one point.
Yeah, he was doing quite nicely. Got a couple of awkward spots where he lost those medium pots, and then was kind of assigned the role of simply outlasting Ladislav for the pay jump. And that's what can happen quite quickly in PLO tournaments when there's quite a lot of collisions. You lose a couple of those tricky, awkward, small pots. And looks like we are going to be continuing with the big blind ante in Heads Up.
What do you think about that? Do you prefer it, or you don't like it so much as a player?
I'm less of a fan with the Heads Up. It just does mean that you're not really incentivized to fold any buttons, which is kind of common in PLO, but it takes away some of the depth. So you'll see that Boris has got 55 big blinds, but that's going to play much shorter because every pot that they go to in a limp format is going to have 3 instead of 2. So the SPR changes, and that means that the money is going to be going in as it sort of compounds over the streets.
That makes a lot of sense, because in a limp pot right now we'd be sitting on 20,000, so a C-bet would be much smaller than a 50% increase where we have a 30,000 pot.
Exactly, and then the pots build quite quicker and there's slightly less play, but we do have pretty deep stacked action and 2 very competent players in Jakub from the Czech Republic and Boris from Bulgaria. This name really rings a bell with me. I feel like I've played a fair bit of online versus Boris Angelov. I'll go and have a little Google look, and I'll leave you in the competent hands of Jason to talk it through.
This is an interesting river, an interesting board altogether, because it's Jakub who is leading out. He is actually ahead with his 3s, but he's not value betting them at all. More than happy to get a fold. He's betting to get some better hands off, obviously, but he had no idea that his 3s were ahead there. I guess better to bet, because if you're bet into, you're going to fold. but on the other hand, he's not betting for value there. And look at this. We have, like, back in the COVID days here, we have a mask over the face over here.
Yeah, maybe not wanting to give away some of those neck tells, or just, you know, has found that over the years from COVID that he's quite comfortable with the mask going on there.
Maybe he felt that his opponent had some reads on him because he wasn't wearing a mask last time I was in the stream.
Yeah, it's very possible. Maybe he just, it's a comfort thing, or it's also the lack of giving away those kind of neck tells, which can be quite telling sometimes. Does go with the 3x open. Quite an easy defend for Boris with the extra incentive to peel of the big blind ante as well, just giving him a slightly better price, and does have 4 connecting cards. No suit, unfortunately, but plenty enough to be continuing with as he flops the bottom end of the wrap. Jakob with top pair and an open-ender with the backdoor flush draw. Also the ace of clubs, pretty useful. Goes for the check back. 8 on the turn, improves Boris to trips now.
Not the card that Jakob wanted to see for
Not
sure.
at all. One of the worst in the deck, actually.
But Boris can't be fully confident that he's ahead with his trips, even though we know he is.
Yeah, I think most of
check.
the straights would have probably bet the flop in Jakob's holdings. So Boris could be fairly confident, but still the 8 doesn't have a premium kicker alongside it, and some of Jakob's checkbacks could easily be a hand like 9-8 or maybe an ace king 8-7 or something like that. So we'll be betting, but doesn't want to be facing a raise here. Jakob, we've seen, has some gears. He could easily have checked back some of these holdings like jacks, 9s and 8s sometimes for deception on the flop. But Boris does go for that value bet, and the 4 on the river, a rather innocuous card. Should feel like he's going to have the best of it for the most part. Jakob with the open and the check back does kind of lead you to think that he's going to have a lot of either over pairs or jack X holdings without the connectivity around the straight or a flush draw. So Boris now is going to, looks like some kind of smaller bet.
I like this.
Yeah,
he could be pushed off it, of course, but that would be like a bold move to push off on this kind of board.
Yeah, going for somewhere just slightly north of half pot to try and put hands like ace jack, kings, queens, aces, maybe with a straight blocker to be in a tough spot here. So a good choice of sizing from Boris, I believe. His hand would get a little bit thin if he started to go for a pot size bet, but this kind of just under 2/3 sizing, definitely getting the job done, and a nice swing in his favor early in this heads-up match, as he does indeed win with the trip 8s.
So if Jakob basically turned his hand into a bluff, you know, he has a fairly strong showdown hand, and he, I think he could actually have repped the jack 8, you know, kind of hands that would be playing it exactly how he played it. But on the other hand, you know, that's a great play.
Jack 8, 9-8 and pocket 9s could easily have played that way, right? So he's still, even with the flop check back, there is the lots of potential straights out there. Would have maybe navigated to see a turn card, some frequency. So definitely isn't stripped of all of these hands, like you say, that could raise the river for value. So it would have been a nice one to turn into a bluff there. But does end up paying off and faces the bad news there.
And
Boris.
Supernova is telling us Boris has a Twitter and a Hendon.
Yeah, I've just found Boris' Twitter. Rather inactive, but let's have a look at the Hendon mob. Pretty sure he plays online.
And hello, Lemonade. Good to be back in the stream. Hello, Rato.
Borislav Angelov.
And Giselle is back too. Meanwhile, we have an open by Boris here, a 3x open with a 7-6-5-3 double-suited rundown, and Jacob doesn't have the strongest hand, but once again, in heads-up play, you're calling most of the time from the big blind. Hands like trips and other really, really ugly hands, much uglier than this, will be folding. But it's easy to get away from hands like this as well. And a pretty good flop for Boris, though.
Looks like Boris is a full-time tournament online player. 11,000 online results on Hendon Mob would indicate a predilection for the online streets.
And he just flopped top 2, a flush draw, gut shot to the straight, but doesn't get any value with Jakob not really having much of anything.
Yeah, can't really smash a board harder than that with the 7-6-5-3 double. And takes it down, and all of a sudden the stacks are evening somewhat.
I was asked if I double-checked what the smallest PLO blinds at Party Poker. I've been so busy that it actually slipped my mind. I apologize about that, but what I will do is I am going to send a text now to the people upstairs, and they will know. Hopefully I
think it will go down to 1 cent, 2 cent, to be honest.
Yes, I think
and
so.
At the very minimum, 2 cent, 5 cent.
And with 2 cent, 5 cent, you can have like a full buy-in just for $5. So that's like a nice way to practice.
Exactly. And in those games, it's not necessarily about making the money, but getting some training in and getting some experience if you are new to PLO. It's a great way to get some hands in, start to get a feel for how players are playing different spots, and start to really train your aptitude for the game. So Jakob goes with the limp. Again, you are going to see lots of limping, and I don't think any open folding with this big blind ante in play. Omaha is a game where the positional advantage is increased compared to Hold'em, and also the equities are closer. So you do want to play as many pots in position as possible, and when you've only got one opponent, really going to be quite a rare hand that you're going to want to open fold here, getting the price. So does go for the limp call. It's got some low connectivity, but still quite trashy, but we do go to a very high SBR of around 8.
And apparently Jakob, we just learned, thanks to Supernova, he can play Hold'em as well. He took 3rd place in the 2021 EPT Prague. Squeezed in during the pandemic.
Yep. Definitely seems like a very comfortable player at the table and comfortable presence. Boris going for the out of position check here. Did have that 3 blocker, but no straight draw blockers, and also just kind of strengthening his checking range somewhat so that he does have these stronger hands, such as an overpair and a flush draw, to sprinkle into some check calls, which is quite nice. Keeps your opponent guessing, means that you've got coverage on more club turns. If you do start to bet all of your flush draws out of position, all of a sudden when you check and it goes to the turn and the turn is a club, you're not really going to have any coverage on that card. So it's a nice balanced play from him, and he's rewarded with the 6 of clubs on the river, which Jakob may decide to turn his hand into a bluff here, only holding bottom 2, which isn't going to have an awful lot of showdown value versus the turn check call. May assume that Boris could have all sorts of straights. 9-8 would have been the double gut shot on the turn, which now improves to the straight, but be interesting to see if Jakob fires a bet. Boris isn't going to give him that option. Looks like he's going to be leading for around half pot. Yeah.
Snap fold.
Snap fold. Like it's sort of just under 2/3, 95k, and that gets the job done. And Boris certainly with the best of it so far in this heads-up match, and has managed to carve his way back into contention, coming in as just under a 1.5 to 1 deficit.
So Supernova is all over things, giving us information left and right. So the lowest stakes are indeed 1 cent, 2 cents. So
lovely, thank you.
Just $2 for a full buy-in. You could probably buy in even shorter than that. I don't think there's 100 big blind mandatory on just about any website. I imagine you could buy in for 40 or 50 big blinds for even cheaper than that. So basically, you could get some practice even for $1.
Yeah, even for 80 cents or $1, you can get yourself some PLO experience and get in the mix. Obviously, you're not going to become a millionaire playing 1 cent, 2 cent, but the learning and the education that you get will be invaluable if you do choose to forge some kind of career or recreational activity within poker.
And Supernova is confirming that the min buy-in is $1. Now, when you're first starting out, learning short stack poker is actually pretty good because it gives you an idea of what pre-flop ranges you should be playing from a short stack perspective. But in terms of truly mastering live cash games in PLO, you should buy in for at least 100 big blinds. 100 is the max at most websites, but in a live format, you'll see people buying in for much more.
Yeah, we saw yesterday in the high stakes stream, I think 200 to 400 was kind of the standard buy-in range, wasn't it? You know, so as the expertise get better in PLO, you do tend to see the bigger the stakes, the more comfortable people are playing super deep. And Jakob actually picking up some momentum, taking down a small pot there.
Welcome back, Mike Slayer. Thanks for rejoining us. Good to see you. Poker Buffy after the password. The password is free roll. I believe it's in all caps. So I'm not sure Nightbot is able to do caps, but it's Nightbot. You know I sometimes hate you, sometimes love you, but maybe you can fix it to password with all caps.
Love-hate relationship with Nightbot, that's for sure. Does tend to have a mind of its own at times.
I'm wondering if I doubt these two made a deal, but we don't have any information about that. These two players don't look like the type that would have necessarily made a deal. But on the other hand, they're still playing for about, what, 14,000 at the moment with the 26,000 second place and
2640.
So I wouldn't be surprised if they evened it out slightly, you know, not too much. They would obviously be leaving a big chunk to play for, but maybe they rounded that 24 up to 30 or something nearby and cut down the 40. Maybe they just changed the prizes. Maybe they did some kind of ICM chop, but I don't believe either is the case.
Nope. Looks like we're playing for glory and all of the money. Jakob flopping trips. And he's not going to really face any resistance from Boris's hand. Zero connection with this flop whatsoever. Just going to be check folding, I believe. Goes for half pot, quite a meaty size. Looking to charge flush draws, straight draws.
It's a good sizing, I think.
Yeah.
Not based on what Boris has, but
yeah, if your opponent has any kind of overpair or some kind of flush draw or straight draw, they will be forced to continue for one bet, so might as well maximize the value from it.
And Supernova is saying that the password works in all lowercase, so I guess it's not case sensitive. So either way is fine. We imagine a few people will guess the password. Like we had 4 guess it yesterday before even the stream started. I think we had 2 today. Tomorrow's password is guessable as well. And we like it when you guys try to guess it and get in. It's not that, you know, even if you're not watching the stream, you should be rewarded if you can guess the password, is always my opinion.
Absolutely.
Stop shouting. Maybe the microphone is too close.
Sorry, Mike.
Or maybe he's referring to the capitals. No, he's actually referring to Supernova typing in all caps. I'm pretty sure. I think we're fine.
Set chest 36.
It's interesting that if they're not limping, it's a pot size open. Is that what you do during heads-up Omaha tournaments? I guess if there's a big blind ante, it makes a lot of sense to do that. But
yeah,
if there's no ante,
try and take it down because there's 2 big blinds dead in there, right? So you kind of want to give your opponent a worse price to continue. Picking up variance-free 2 big blinds is a great win at any point of the tournament, especially when you're heads up. So it does go for the 3x.
Not the best, not the worst flop for either player, but we can see Jakob is actually dominating Boris at the moment with this 2 pair and the same open ender to Broadway and a regular king high straight.
Yep. So we'll be continuing bottom 2 with the open ender.
Boris has a backdoor to the flush, but really not much else. The 5 is never going to come into play.
And the spade indeed opening up that backdoor flush draw opportunity for Boris. And I think now his hand is kind of... Is he going to try and bluff now to try and get hands like king queen, maybe a king 4, king jack out?
And will Jakob fold, being that he has second two along with that straight draw? If it's a pot size bet, I think he has to fold because Boris could easily have basically the nuts at this point.
Yeah, ace 10, 10, 9, and he's got the 10 blocker, and he's got the spades, and he knows that his hand is not going to have much showdown versus the out of position check call, so does size up.
Putting the pressure on Jakob here.
Really tricky spot to be having middle two here with the open-ender, but it's not the open-ender to the nuts, and 9 doesn't change anything if he's up against ace 10. So his only really like super clean out is the ace. Doesn't want to see the ace of spades, of course, as well. The 9 can get him into some trouble if he is up against the nuts right now, and the queen or the jack are the emergency outs if he is beat right now. But then again, his opponent could still have something like king, king 10. And so, you know,
it's a really tough spot, actually. I'm not sure what I would do here.
I think I would fold.
Either way, yeah.
I think I would fold, to be honest.
But it's good he's at least thinking about it.
Yeah, I think either your opponent has us beat right now and we're really thin on equity, or we need to improve and we're facing a big bet. And so I don't think, and again, a credit to the skill of Boris there, picking up on the necessity to go big with his sizing, to really put his opponent into a tough spot. If he bets a third pot there, it would be an extremely easy decision, just to flick in the call and see a river. Now he's sizing up towards the 3/4 realm. Much more pressure is applied, and yeah, takes down the pot without showdown, which is a big part of heads-up matches, finding that post-flop aggression, really battling for these pots, getting the better hand to fold.
I've been really impressed with the play at this final table, but it should be no surprise being it's a 2,500 euro buy-in. It seemed like Patrick at times was throwing ICM out the window, just going for the win, which you can understand. He's a high-stakes cash game baller. He hosted the big stream last night.
Yeah.
With everybody else having a pretty good awareness of where they stood towards the payouts and their hands and the players. I don't know how it went the last hour, but I assume it was much of the same.
Absolutely. It's been a high level. I can't say much more than that. You do tend to see everyone would assume, oh, PLO tournaments, that must be crazy action. But when it's played at the top level, you see these guys just maneuvering, navigating. It's quite, it's quite a slow and precise game.
Both players with an over here. Boris is better. Now both players with a full house. They should be less worried about each other having a 5 in their hand. And Jakob's pocket 7s doesn't look too bad at the moment, even though we know he's crushed. And now I have a fourth 5 on the river, so any thought about having a 5 is done, and Boris should feel very confident that his full house is good.
Yeah, Jack's just going to be a clear value bet here, but Jakob is actually going for the value bet with the 7s for the small size, and does value cut himself slightly, but having any kind of decent-ish pocket pair in heads up on this board, looking to just get called by the ace highs or the worst pocket pairs, so nicely done there, and unfortunate to run into a slightly better holding.
It was a good sizing as well, because there's no point in betting bigger. If he's raised, it's an easy fold, and he's declaring that he's willing to commit this much, and if he checks, he's likely going to have the call, and it could be a much bigger bet than that 20,000 he put in. Absolutely,
yeah. He just starts to value cut himself, right? The efficiency of the bet, if he bet 3/4, he's kind of turning his hand into a nonsensical bluff, Doesn't really need to bluff. At that point, might as well just check back and take the showdown.
So we have a newbie here to PLO. It's an amazing game, and there's really very few players that are probably better than the man behind the microphone here, George Sanford. So you're in for a treat. We can dumb things down a little bit to the basic levels, but we are heads up at the moment, so we are going to be a little bit more technical than we have been at other points in time, but hopefully the chat can help with the education, as Supernova has been doing.
Yeah, absolutely. The key things, just to give you sort of the instructions on the back of a cigarette packet, would be that you have to play 2 cards at any one time. So if there's 4 spades on the board and you've got the bare ace of spades in your hand alongside 2 diamonds and a and a club, for example, you do not have a flush. You need to play 2 cards at any one time. And so if you have King 8, 7, 6 on a board like 8, 8, deuce, deuce, 3, you're not actually having a full house, you're having trip 8s with the king kicker. So some small differences from Hold'em there to be considered.
Well, what a flop here for Boris. He has top
Huge.
2, a flush draw. I mean, it's a 10 high flush draw, but it is heads up.
Yeah, I'm just getting the snap fold there from Jakob, who did have a gut shot, but towards the bottom end, and having 4 black cards on a diamond, heart texture, not ideal either, out of position facing a bet, so just going to be letting that one go.
Hello there, Elpa Khan. Welcome to the stream. For those of you just tuning in, you've heard my voice all week. This is Jason Glatzer. The last 2 days I've been joined by fellow professional commentator George Sanford, who is one of the best PLO players in Europe.
I wouldn't say that. I'm trying to get there.
You're certainly in the top 1% of PLO players.
I would hope so. Yeah, it's a lot of hours spent on the computer. And I just really enjoy the game. It's something that I found a passion in. To be honest, I never really did that well in Hold'em. I had some decent results, but I just didn't really, the game didn't stick like PLO does. I think Hold'em is much more scientific and PLO is quite creative. And my sort of mind falls in the latter of the two. So it's nice to gives me some mental stimulation, I would say, much more than Hold'em.
I think you're being a little bit humble. You have some tremendous Hold'em tournament results on your resume as well, George. So maybe it's cash, but
at the lower stakes, yeah, I definitely get smashed up on Hold'em cash games these days. Very, very difficult format to beat at any kind of reasonable stakes. But yeah, I enjoy tournaments. I think that tournaments are very unique because they bring up lots of unique situations, especially when you get deep into the tournaments. ICM is a fickle foe and very difficult to overcome. You just simply have to put in lots of either study or gain lots of experience from being in these situations. It's really tough to work out on the fly the best things to do when you're playing for lots of money, and the sort of mistakes in the form of the euro value go up massively. You know, in the early stages of a tournament, you get sort of semi-cooled, whatever, right? You've lost your buy-in. But once you do get to the final table and deeper than that, any kind of small slip-up can cost you thousands of dollars, especially when you're playing at this stakes. So very important to have a keen eye on that, as Boris opens himself up with the King, Jack, 8, 6. Tri-suit, but somewhat connected. Definitely good enough to be opening in the heads-up format. And does go for the limp, actually. So he's going to be integrating some limps as well. The introduction of the big blind ante would kind of allow you to want to devise some limps, because not every hand is strong enough to 3x open, and you don't really want to fold because of the price that you're getting with the added incentive of 2 blinds instead of 1. So check, check. Kind of diamonds on the turn.
Awful turn for both players because it's a diamond, but meanwhile, Jakob back in the hand with the open ender. If it just continues to go check, check, it's not the worst card.
Yeah, should see a free card here. Don't think Boris's holding is so incentivized to bet, but he does prove me wrong on this point, on this occasion.
Maybe he wants to know where he stands because this bet is not that big either, but he got absolutely no information with the call. Maybe he now thinks his opponent's still playing a flush, but he could be calling with really much weaker, as we see here.
Yeah.
It's 2 pair now for Boris, but meanwhile it is a scary board, not just because of the diamonds anymore. The 9 queen, really a lot of 9s now make straights. Your 2 pair doesn't look that strong, and betting it basically saying my hand is a bluff and I'm trying to get straights off with my flush. But he may choose to just get a showdown value, which he does. And going back to the ICM, it did once again seem like the players have put in a lot of time, because it did seem like they did understand ICM a lot better than I do when it comes to PLO. I understand that very well for no limit Hold'em tournaments. But now we don't have to worry about ICM anymore. There's no such thing as ICM in heads-up play.
No, exactly. You're simply playing a 14,000 euro heads-up match at this point.
Just a casual heads-up match. Only 14 bags on the line.
Yeah, exactly. Small chunk of change, especially if you've had a huge score in an EPT, just like Jakob there in the Ralph Lauren Polo. But Boris has really come into his own, been rewarded with some pretty decent run good, been slapped by the deck a little bit, kind of won all of these small, somewhat significant pots once they start to add up, you know, these 6 to 10 big blind pots, if they're going in the direction of one guy more than the other, plus he's winning all the bigger ones as well, you start to see this 1.5 to 1 disadvantage now becoming a 2 to 1 advantage, and we haven't really been playing that long at all in the heads-up match.
And Boris has a few fans around as well. I heard people being proud that a Bulgarian was in the final 3. This is still when it was 3 players left. So there's a lot of players here from Bulgaria, which is nice to see.
Yeah, it's a very strong online poker contingent, the Bulgarians. They're always extremely shrewd and hardworking. And you do tend to see that from Eastern Europeans in general.
Yeah, the Lithuanians are ridiculous. When I win a tournament at my local, I'm so proud of myself because of the competition. You know what I mean? It's, I consider them to be some of the best players in the world.
Yeah, I completely agree. And also, you know, getting sort of further north, but the Scandinavians as well. All of these kind of countries where it's often much colder. They spent much more time inside running sims, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And it's amazing how they've changed their perception. It used to be like Finnish and Norwegians would be, especially the Norwegians, would be known as the fish, you know, because they do still drink a lot. So let's not say that they don't. Not all of them, but
they can play.
They've improved like so much over the past 10 years as like a general community, and they support each other too. It's a very tight-knit community, even though there's thousands of them.
Very, very passionate one as well. I remember chatting to Ilva on the stream, and they're always sweating each other, seeing who's going deep. We'll just make a rail out of nothing for any one Norwegian still in. It's good to see. That's this kind of passion for poker can be somewhat lost on the how robotic and mathematical it has become with the kind of introduction of solvers over the last 10 years. But there is still a nice feel around the casinos, and especially here at Card Casino. Great venue, and it's just setting up for a big weekend on the commentary, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm certainly looking forward to the next 2 days. Right now we have day 1D with late registration closed in the 500,000 guaranteed Grand Prix. Day 1E is still ongoing, and tomorrow morning there'll be the final day 1F before day 2 resumes. And then we'll be back around 8 o'clock, I believe, probably after the dinner break to commentate day 2 until the conclusion of the day, and of course the final day will be broadcast from beginning to end until a winner is crowned. We'll have more guests for that, and perhaps different guests as well. On top of that, being there's a few other people that we still need to get into the booth, but I'm hoping that George also maybe can find some time, because not only is he an expert at PLO, he can hold his own in Hold'em tournaments as well.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'll be looking forward to that if there is an opportunity to do so. Jakob opening it up and going to face some resistance from Boris here with the suit and low connectivity. Going to go for the limp call. So again, we've only seen him really limp the sort of weaker hands, but it's not particularly an exploitable strategy because you have ultimate position in the hand, right? So if your opponent knows that you're only limping weaker hands, but hands that have the ability to limp call, it's tough to do much in a pot limit aspect.
Yeah, as the field gets smaller and smaller, the ranges get wider and wider, and then it's very difficult.
Very difficult. So this is an interesting flop because we see both players flopping a decent piece for one of the first times. Jakob with the set and the straight blocker, and Boris has a strong flush draw here.
I assume this is just merely a call. There would be really little reason to raise, and then winding up having to potentially get it in against Jakob at some point.
Yeah, it would be a really dusty raise call because as you'd see, your equity versus a hand that would want to go all in is going to be around 30%. So not really pushing any equity, and facing this bet, often just wanting to navigate to a turn card and keep the pot small in position. And Jakob improving to a boat. What does that mean? I thought it was. That could also be interpreted as pot sometimes when people do that, right? As if they kind of gesture towards the pot, as if to say, match that.
And I thought maybe he was saying, can I see your chips? Because it's kind of like people go like with a little wave to do that as well. But it was a check, in fact.
Has the check mark with the boat. Going to feel really comfortable about this holding. Obviously heads up. In a 6-max game, the underfull can get you into some trouble, but an absolute monster in this particular format.
The only hand he's super worried about would be the Jack-7. He has the 10s block. If it's quads, it's very unlikely as well.
Absolutely. And now with that float on the flop, Boris, now electing to start representing an improvement here, namely Jack-7 or Jack-10. Jakob now squinting of the eyes, some kind of fake, yeah, the kind of
and the mask is off, maybe a tell, I don't know.
The mask is off as a tell, looking a little bit flustered. It's all a little bit of a Hollywood job that he's setting up here, trying to sort of move his opponent into a false sense of security. And
did he just go all in, or was it a call?
He potted it, didn't he?
Which would be, I think, almost an all-in. Actually, it would. Yeah, it is a raise.
Yeah, and that was enough to be all in, 441 going into the middle. And he's saying at that point, look, if I'm beat by Jack-7, I'm beat. But I want to deny equity from a Jack with the 3 live side cards. Expecting his opponent to have either a Jack-X or nothing at that point.
Do you like that raise, or would you prefer him calling, potentially letting those flushes get there?
Was it double flush draw board?
I believe so,
yeah,
but at least the
wasn't
diamonds were there.
Yeah, there was at least one suit. So yeah, you can either check call or check pot. Depends on how aggressive you think your opponent is. Many people will be able to find an in-position turn stab there, but are unlikely to follow it up on a paired board. So that gives you more merit for check jamming, right? Because you think that he's going to be centered around Jack-X quite a lot, which is a very natural flop continue, Jack-X plus gut shot, let's say, and a very natural bet for value on the turn. So I quite like the check jam there, personally.
Good, good. But results-oriented, it was a horrible check jam.
Yeah. If I could see the cards and I could see Boris has a bare king-high flush draw, then I'm snapping your arm off just to call. And so Jakob again, let's see if we can pick his cards up. The mask is back on, so let's keep a keen eye on that. I like your observation there, Jason, noticing that we saw a real shift in body language as he had that turn boat, right? There was a little bit of Hollywood, the mask came off, there was kind of a very relaxed and chatty demeanor to the dealer when announcing.
When you're trying to hide your tells, you're actually giving additional tells that you're, that you're not realizing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, good point. And Jakob now picking up some momentum. So as you see, 2-1 disadvantage now, looking like a 1.2-1 advantage.
It's amazing how fast Omaha swings.
Yeah, it really does.
In Hold'em, we could have seen like 10 raise folds by now.
Yeah, lots of limpy, stab, flop, fold, that kind of stuff. Whereas in Omaha, you do tend to see, especially when the ranges are this wide, being heads up, the purest form of Omaha, if some may say.
Do you play a lot of heads up Omaha online?
It's a really decaying format online, because I guess the sites realize that they can make more rake in the 6-max games, right? Because you hit the cap more often, because there's more stronger hands to sort of collide with each other. And heads up is often infested by regs, which isn't good for a poker site's sort of ecology, I would say.
That makes a lot of sense.
Because weaker players get ironed out very quickly in heads up. But in the 6-max, you can go on a bit of a run and hold your own, right?
For sure.
Yeah.
Everybody has their day.
Exactly. Whereas in heads up, if you're facing a much stronger opponent, you lose, let's say your percentage of winning sessions as a recreational in a 6-max may be 30 to 40 in heads up over a long period of time playing cash games. You could be looking at even as low as 20. Which certainly moves money out of the ecosystem quite fast if it's going to the regular hunter sat there sitting in the lobby. So unfortunately there has been a shift away from heads up as a format, but I did used to play a little bit on Sky Poker, which is a UK only site, sort of 25p, 50p and 50p £1 sort of 6 years ago.
What about heads up sit and goes?
Yeah, I used to play hypers actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, hypers for a little while. I was really into push fold at one point, sort of a sadistic swing. But I tried to give every format a go whilst I was kind of getting into poker and just see what stuck. But I think I still love MTTs because I feel that they're so unique and you get different spots all the time. Sometimes grinding cash, you know, week in, week out can feel a bit like an office job in some ways. You know, you're just grinding your small edges and making an hourly, and it's quite consistent. You're not making huge money at any one time, but it's consistent. Whereas a tournament, it's obviously so nice to win multiple €1,000 in one day playing a tournament, right?
Yeah, you feel that good feeling for a couple days anyway.
Exactly, it
Until
really
you go
runs
on a small
through.
downswing again.
Exactly, the tournament bullets, they come thick and fast, but the highs are higher and the lows are lower, that's for sure. So cash suits my personality because I'm already quite sort of frantic as it is, so it kind of chills me down a little bit. But I do enjoy the feeling of going deep in a live tournament, you know, when the room's got a real energy to it and it's electric.
But look at this flop. I mean, Jakob with the 6-6-5-3 flopping that middle set, and Boris is going to be the one to bet out with not too much in his hand, actually.
I think we got the wrong way around from the reader.
Okay, this makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. Jakob just kind of c-betting there.
And you may say, why did he c-bet there? This isn't Hold'em, it's Omaha. And Hold'em, you can potentially try to disguise your strength and check it back. Some of the time, you should still be betting that some of the time in Hold'em as well.
Yeah.
Even heads up. But in terms of Omaha, the turn can just completely change that dynamic, especially with that 8 on the board and his other two cards, other two cards being a 4 and a 3, doesn't really help him very much. So I'm sure he's okay with taking down the pot on the flop there.
Absolutely, yeah. The name of the game, more so in Omaha to Hold'em, is not only obviously value betting, but equity denial. You know, it's less so much of a factor in Hold'em, where it's more difficult for your opponent to catch up when you've got a strong hand like a set. But in Omaha, with the extra 2 cards, it brings in more straight draws and flush draw potential. So you do want to start building pots and slow play a little less than Hold'em, I would say. Some people say never slow play in Omaha because you're going to get taught a lesson, and you know that is built from fear, but it does have some merit.
And Jakob checking his second nuts there, and Boris almost had the hand blocked with those 2 7s actually, but he'd be more concerned about the Queen 10 getting there with his jack than the actual 10-7.
Yeah, just ends up checking back the flop and folding the turn, so just kind of surrendering.
That turn certainly helped.
Yeah.
His top pair got a lot worse, and it was already scary enough on that flop.
Yeah, it was already in a bit of a precarious situation. It's tough to improve with a hand like Jack 7-7-3 there.
Do you open the button with Jack 7-7-3, let's say if it's 5-handed or 4-handed or 3-handed even?
No
heads
fold.
up, you can either limp or raise it, with limping being the more optimal play most of the time.
So often the format I play is cash, where you're going to be paying rake post flop, so the hand is just too weak, even to defend versus a button open. So yeah, it wouldn't be a hand that would sort of creep into the cash game ranges. But here, obviously no rake, right? They've already paid the rake to enter the tournament, so you do see lots of limping and lots of completing with these kind of trashy holdings. So Jakob driving the action with his nut suit and low connectivity, and Boris with very much a similar hand.
I used to play a lot of 08 and PL08, and these kind of hands would always make me drool.
Yeah, they just have so much playability, right? You've got the top and the low.
With both players.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Especially the Ace Jack 10-3 or Ace Jack 10 Deuce. You know, you've got such a strong component with that Jack 10. Loads of straight draws that are potential, high connectivity, and then obviously the low with it. Some of the low I played was actually on Party Poker. They have a really good tournament schedule for low buy-in PL08 and some of the sort of different variants of Omaha.
I'll have to check it out because I'm going to be back on Party Poker after a couple years break because it wasn't allowed in Lithuania, but now OptiBet has a license in Lithuania, and they're part of the Party Poker network, so I'll play there through the OptiBet client.
Perfect. You'll find some good tournaments, and during some of the online festivals on Party, they have multi-day PL08 tournaments, which are quite rare.
Multi-day?
Yeah, multi-day. Yeah,
wow.
$33, sometimes $320, sometimes 109s. Yeah, great tournaments.
At 33, buy-in point is right in my bread and butter. Like I'm typically playing 11 to 55s during the week, and then a little bit higher on the weekends when people are coming in to play the bigger tournaments.
Yeah.
I don't feel I feel I'm strong in just about every poker format, but I don't feel I'm strong enough to compete against the people playing the 109s and higher on a regular basis.
It's a tough format these days. I gave up on the Hold'em 109s and above for the most part as well. If you're not actively studying the game and putting in lots of volume, you know, these guys from all over the world, places like Brazil especially, you're seeing lots of very strong, talented, aggressive players coming out of these places. And they're tough to play against and just tough to really compete once you get to the final table. Lots of guys that are very well studied.
That all changes on Sunday, though.
Yeah. It all changes on Sunday, where things get a little bit more frantic. More recreationals obviously playing, and the bigger prize pools and the bigger guarantees lends itself to some value, that's for sure. So 2.5 minutes to the break. Probably see 1 or 2 more hands, as we've had a bit of a tussle, a to and fro between the two players, but things have evened themselves out after Jakob did come in with somewhat of a commanding chip lead, lost it, went 2-1 down, and then won it back again. So it's been a real tug of war so far. Let's see who's going to take the initiative as we do go into the break. Ace 10, 4-4, going to be going for the open suit with a pair. Pretty strong hand in heads up.
Boris with not the worst hand heads up either.
No, definitely some high connectivity and a strong suit, the queen high suit. I would say that strong suits would be sort of like queen high or better in heads up, whereas in ring, it's much more centered around just having the nut suit, you know, to make sure that the flushes that you do come up against you can gain value from, rather than have the opposite situation.
Top pair here for Jakob here. R2 diamonds. Boris has that king of diamonds. That doesn't give him a flush, but can give him a little bit more confidence if he's facing a lot of aggression. Let's say it was the ace of diamonds. I don't think he would be folding, for example.
Yeah, some playability as well, right? He could turn his hand into a bluff later on. Jack 7 for 2 pair now. The 5 doesn't change anything. Facing this passive line, could be one that he decides to go for a value bet, maybe targeting hands like aces, kings, queens, with the small sizing. Yeah, I like this. I think this is showing good awareness. It's quite easy to autopilot, just check this one and get it to showdown, because, hey, there's a straight possible. But, you know, once you break it down after these actions, the passive actions from Jakob, we're going to see almost 0-9-8 and very few better hands. Difficult for him to improve on the 5 as well.
The sizing is curious here. It's a pot size bet.
He's gone for the big size.
So it's certainly a value bet at this point, because he's not getting anything off that's better.
Yeah, just the only problem with this size is that you don't really get called by anything worse, I would say. Maybe Jack 5, but then you block that, so maybe it's one of those players where he's trying to set up some pot size bets later on, and he's got a multitude of hands in there, such as thin-ish value, nutted value, and then bluffs, of course, as well. So
especially right before a break, because he knows that his opponent is going to be talking to his friend. Maybe they were watching the stream, getting some information. So it could be all related to that he's betting pot when he can be pushed off the pot if he's raised.
Absolutely, and I don't think the dealer has noticed that there's a break, or maybe he had already dealt the cards.
Yeah, there was about 20 seconds left when the hand ended. They'll probably stop the clock, but the players may say we want a shorter break anyway.
Yeah, it's very possible. I would always personally take the break if I'm heads up. It's quite intense, especially when you're on a stream as well.
For sure.
It's quite easy to get quite hot under the collar. The lights start to become quite imposing onto you as a player after some time, especially if you're not used to playing on stream, which many people aren't.
So it looks like Jakob is going to end the final hand before the break on a high note here. I don't see this ending any other way.
Oh, but Boris is going to bet. He's been very active in his c-betting strategy. Noticed a lot of bets. There was a three-way spot where he essentially blocked air multi-way earlier on the 9-9-3 with ace, king, jack, 4. Now going for another one. Having all black cards, he blocks some of the backdoor straight draws. The 9 blocks some of the stronger, backdoor flush draws. The 9 blocks some of the straight draws, and the ace or the queen can improve him versus the jack. But
his check raise seems pretty standard. It wouldn't hold him if he had an 8, but in Omaha, this seems pretty standard with your opponent having a lot of 9-10s or even 9-10 queens.
Over pairs.
Yeah, and over pairs as well.
Absolutely. Okay, so we're going to be back from the break shortly. Thanks very much for joining us, and stay tuned for the continuation of the Euro Omaha Championship here at the Card Casino in Bratislava.
The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava, we've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin, welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish tour, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With and we brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin. Welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. From humble tour stops countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker. We've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. And we are for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin. Welcome to the new home of poker. Thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops countrywide, we in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava. We've brought poker to the people, and we've brought the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious we can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. On the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London, and we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival. Welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. Humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. To the people, and we brought people to poker. And we are proud to introduce hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental Hotel Dublin. Welcome to the new home of poker excellence. In Irish poker for decades. From humble tour stops, countrywide, we've become the only Galway, London and Bratislava. We've brought poker to the people, and we've brought people to poker. Festival, Ireland's biggest buy-in main event for over a decade. Hosted in the luxurious Intercontinental to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the biggest thing to happen in Irish poker for decades. Poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, Galway, London and Bratislava. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Festival, Ireland's big to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there. The Irish Poker Tour is the countrywide. We've become the only conversation worth having on the Irish poker scene. With major international events in Killarney, to poker. And we are proud to introduce the Irish Poker Continental Hotel Dublin. Welcome to the new home of poker excellence in Western Europe. We can't wait to see you there.
Okay, guys, blinds 8,000, 16,000.
Apologies for the slight technical difficulties that we had during the break, but it looks like right now everything is back running a little bit of smooth. Actually, we now have a little bit of lag again, but this is Jason Glatzer, and I'm happy to be at Card Casino Bratislava for the Party Poker Grand Prix and the Bratislava Poker Festival powered by the Irish Poker Tour. What we're looking at right now is the Euro Omaha Championship final table. We're down to just 2 players, with both players already locking up 26,000 euros, with tonight's winner going home with 40,000 euros.
All the players are waiting list on 1 entry, no limit hold'em, so Lacuna.
Okay, it looks like the lag has stopped. I'm not sure if you heard my intro, but once again, this is Jason Glatzer, and I'm so happy to be at Card Casino Bratislava. I absolutely love this casino, quite spacious. And we are here for the Euro Championship final. We are down to just 2 players, each locking up 26,000 euros. But they're playing for a bit more, 14,000 more in fact, with the tonight's winner going home with 40,000. We're heads up at the moment between Jakub and Boris. It's gone back and forth with the chip lead. Jakub currently has the advantage, but in Omaha it's not that big of one, but he's about to add some more chips. He has top 2. Of course the wheel is beating him, some sets are beating him, but I don't think Boris is going to do anything but call here with his baby 2 pair. He may decide something different on the river, like turn his hand into a bluff, but I don't believe that will be the case. But this would be the perfect hand to bluff, but meanwhile Jacob would likely sniff through it a little bit because he has that ace of clubs in his hand. And George is here as well, so welcome back, George. How was your dinner, sir?
Thank you, sir. Rather delicious. How much have I missed? I was as quick as I could.
Your timing couldn't have been any more perfect because there was a little bit of lag during the break, which now seems to be resolved. The first hand was pretty much unannounceable, and I wasn't sure even if the fans have heard our introduction. So you really didn't miss anything. Not a lot of chips changed hands. So
okie dokie.
It's good that you have your belly full now and are ready for the end haul.
Yeah, absolutely. Fueled up and ready to go. So 2 left. Of course, here at the Euro Omaha Championship, playing for a huge trophy you can see there. Is that the outline of the continent of Europe? It must be, I guess. Or no, British Isles.
Because a lot of the trophies are basically Slovakia with like a pin on the map where Bratislava is, but this one is not Slovakia for sure, but it doesn't look like Europe either.
No, mainland Europe maybe?
Maybe. And then of course you see the Party Poker trophy right next to it.
The double whammy.
Was eyeing that, saying that's my favorite trophy. I don't even want the Grand Prix trophy. If I win, can you give me the smaller one?
Well, good luck to him.
He's, I think, still in the Grand Prix.
Nice.
I know Lucky Mo, who was commentating before, had a decent stack last I talked to him.
4 stacks, he told me, yeah. So top 2 for Boris here. Clear value bet.
It is a little scary, but it is a value bet.
Yeah.
Really, 7-8 is already a straight. Even if you have 7-8, you can't feel super confident. You know.
Well, there's lots of bad cards for sure,
but you're still then very happy.
Yeah. Does come along for the ride with pair over pair. Can also turn these jacks into a bluff on exactly this kind of run out, where hands that would be value betting the turn now completely shrink in value. The 10-9s, the 10-6s, the 10-5s, even the pocket 5s. Going to be tough to face a big barrel in position from Jakub here, and he's going to have to turn his hand into a bluff to have a chance to win this.
And the mask came back on, so...
Yeah, oh, okay.
He didn't have it on to start the hand, he just put it on now.
Now he's going to pot 222, or 200k, so just under a pot size bet. Nice big polarizing bet sizing, good use of hand selection. Boris now does have the king, which blocks a king-jack, and your opponent is essentially saying that he's got jack-8 plus, really, for this huge sizing. Maybe some slow-played 7-8, although that would have probably raised the turn a decent amount.
I would say it's either Jack King, Jack 8, or a bluff. You know, there's really only three combinations. So Boris has to figure out how many bluffs Jakob could have in this spot. And he is thinking it over. He sees that he does have a strong showdown hand, but does he think it's strong enough? We know it is.
Yeah, it does let it go, unfortunately. And I thought it looked like Jakob was showing him there, but he didn't show. And that's the first time I think we've seen someone on 1,000,000 chips. So,
chip millionaire.
Yep, for the first time in the tournament, Jakob there has reached the milli mark, and his opponent now is sat on around about 25 big blinds with the big blind ante, which kind of makes it play more like something between 18 to 20 I would say, that kind of range. So it could be quite fast here.
So based on a very small sample size of 2 hands, when Jakob has taken the mask off, he was super strong.
Yep.
And when he's not had the mask on and put it back on, it's not really a mask, some kind of scarf.
Yeah, he
was bluffing.
Exactly. So I think that's an eagle-eyed observation there from you, Jason. And let's see if we get any more data on that trend as we continue. But that's a good thing to look out for, because these are all subconscious movements as well. I don't think he would necessarily realize whether the mask is on or off a lot of the time.
And he might not be giving away any tells. I mean, if he wasn't on the TV table for sure, because neither of the hands I think were showed down. So
exactly. Yeah. Yeah, he got a fold both times, I think.
So 10 high between the two players, yet we have 112,000 already in the pot.
Two very speculative holdings.
Both players snagging a tiny piece of this scary King 10-8 with 2 hearts on the board.
Yeah. And the 10-7 for Jakob. He's not going to be feeling amazing about the hand, but looks he is the sort of player that likes to kind of mergey bluff slash protect with these kind of hands. We saw a lot of that on the cash stream yesterday. This time he's going to slide it over. Boris looking to take the 8th showdown. Doesn't really have great components to bluff, but does manage to find himself trips on the river. It's quite loud in the background. I think that might be what Jakob's actually referring to here.
Almost always a final table of a side event, though, it's going to be loud. They should be happy that they're actually a few tables away from the rest of the action. I know at most venues that you may have like 1 table in between, but it could be extremely loud, especially if it's a party atmosphere. You just kind of have to plug that away and make it that the noise doesn't really flow through to your brain.
Absolutely. So Boris here with the 8 on the river. Knows that he's got the best holding, now looking to target some of the hands that may get to showdown in this fashion, such as the queens, the jacks, the 10x. He's going to flick in the call and be shown the bad news.
So no more chip millionaire status for Jakob, but he's almost a chip millionaire. And Mick the Mod, hello Mick. It's been a long time since I've seen you in one of the streams I've been commentating on. So amazing to see you, Mick. Hope all is well. And thank you for joining what promises to be an exciting heads-up affair. It's already been quite exciting. And as George just mentioned, Jakob was on this high-stakes 50-50 100 PLO game hosted by Patrick Yaros, the Hammer Crusher. Patrick took 3rd. And that cash game ran to nearly the end of late registration of this event. So both players nearly max late entered, if not actually max late entered on the break. Yep. And both players made the final 3.
Run it up, exactly. So it can be a good strategy sometimes, because there's so few players remaining that, you know, just a couple of double ups compounding in the right direction, and all of a sudden you can be a feature in the tournament.
looks like just a limp with the 9-8-7-4 from the button. He will call any raise by Boris, who will be raising his ace-queen 10-8 with 3 diamonds in his hand. It would be nicer if, let's say, that 10 was of hearts or the 8 was of hearts, but you take what you can get. It's still a very strong hand, especially heads up. A lot of things can connect here, not just the diamonds, not just the 8. There's a lot of straights that can be completed as well. But we can see Jakob has a lot of equity because not too many of his cards are blocked with his 9 high at the moment, but the 9-8-7-4 rundown has a lot of equity against ace-queen 10-8. And 2 diamonds on this flop, and it does contain a jack. I know he would need a backdoor with that jack, but the jack makes a little bit of a difference. Meanwhile, Jakob here with the bottom pair has a gut shot to the straight. No really other backdoors, but the equities show around 50-50 for the reason that he has that bottom pair at the moment, but that's not going to make too much of a difference in this hand.
Yeah, you see a difference in terms of the playability or realization of that equity. It's going to be very tricky. And yeah, he's now 57% with stone bottom pair, essentially, with the gutty as well. But again, as you say, very difficult for that to actually come into play. And yeah, just snap folding to a bet. Boris picking up the absolute world. A full wrap plus the flush draw takes it down.
Now that we have a better look at the trophy, it does look like Slovakia, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Or is that Europe?
I would say this Bratislava is the...
Yeah, I see the pin. That's what I was missing before, so thanks for pointing that out. It was blended into the table there. Yeah, so that is a Slovakian map trophy, quite unique. It is very appropriate considering Party Poker has combined forces with the Bratislava Poker Festival to bring us this amazing action.
Absolutely.
And Party Poker wouldn't, of course, let you leave without a Party Poker trophy.
No, so the best of both worlds. Boris is going to be limping with this Jack 7-4-3, trashy kind of playable hand. Gets a check back from a similar holding. No real immediate equity there for either player. 2 pair now for Boris, as Jakob turns a gut shot with his pair of 7s. He likes to be aggressive with these kind of holdings, just to be putting pressure on with equity, any kind of equity, and does go for the big bet. I get the feeling from him that he's starting to feel a little bit restless. I don't know why, but he's kind of like muttering in the direction off the table, and it's just a lot of movement, you know? Whereas
yeah.
But Boris, to me, looks quite stoic and very well-reasoned.
Momentum can be a real thing, not based on how the cards come out, but how the emotions and physicality basically works.
And psychologically as well, getting to that million mark, I think we've got around 1.4 in play. He kind of maybe started to think, right, I can get this over and done with, and then lost a medium-sized pot, and now all of a sudden he feels like he's right back into the thick of the action, and now he's going to be losing this pot as well, unless he can do something about it. What does he have here? He blocks the he blocks the wheel. That's pretty much it. Just going to be giving that one up, and 7-4 good enough to take it down.
Even if it worked there with a bet, I do like that he checked there based on what he held, and you're getting called a lot on this kind of board from a button limp. Tinder Lover saying it is a Slovakian map. It took us a while to come to that conclusion because the trophy on the stream originally looked like a different shape just because of the way the lights were focused on it, but when we got a good look at it now, we eventually got there. I had to rely on my map expert, George here, who lives in Slovakia, to confirm that is indeed Slovakia, though.
It would have been embarrassing if I'd have missed that one. I think my girlfriend wouldn't have been too happy.
A little bit of a rail again.
Yeah, it's growing, that's for sure.
looks like we just have a limp pot. Interesting flop without knowing what either player has.
Yeah, it can be lots of potential collisions on these types of boards. Either straights versus sets or combo draws. We do not have the whole card information for you as of yet, but action remains to be tepid. Boris deciding to take things into his own hands now, carving out a bet.
Yeah, there's definitely something. There's no more playing with the mask, and you could see that his, like, the way he's even putting in the chips is a bit different. He's a little frustrated at the moment.
Yeah, frustrated, not quite resigned, I would say. It's not reached that level, but there's definitely an impatience and a kind of unpresent energy.
Mr. Broadway here, Ace 10, Jack Queen King in the chat, saying he doesn't understand how they can play for so long, even with the breaks. It does become mentally exhausting, especially when you're playing very long heads-up battle. It is a very mental game. You have to be mentally strong.
Yeah.
Do your routines in the morning is always the best, and be prepared for a long day, because you don't want to just come in and not be prepared, and then all of a sudden you're playing for 12 hours.
Absolutely. There's nothing worse when you're on a poker trip than, you know, just kind of going straight to the casino straight after waking up. It's important to, you know, be in control and to have some kind of break and time away from the casino. It can be quite a hectic energy in the casino. As you can see, people walking past, lots of background noise. It can be overwhelming if you're not present or you're not in a good mental state of mind.
But both of these players are well aware. I don't know if they both have routines or both did proper sleep, because I think they're also big cash game players on top of that.
Yeah.
But in general, they've been in this kind of spot before, maybe not for 40,000 in a tournament, but certainly have played 40, at least Jakob has played pots that have been more than 40,000.
Yeah, I think he's quite comfortable with the stakes, that's for sure.
And we saw Boris had some good results too, so this isn't his first heads-up rodeo.
He's a long-time online grinder, and I think I've played with him on Party Poker, because you can see real names on Party for everyone, not just sort of the main players like you do on other sites.
His presence at the table is even that much more impressive if he's primarily an online player.
Yeah, he's just very stoic and very not really giving anything away. We haven't noticed anything about him, and it's interesting that you mentioned that, because the fact of his opponent being so you know, energetic and kind of moving around all over the place, the stoic player often, you know, avoids giving away tells in that respect.
A lot of times I see players now mirror imaging Espen with a hand on their shoulder, but if it calms them down and keeps them in a routine, by all means. I know I give away tells when I'm playing. Even some of the local guys have told me what one or two of them are, which was nice. It's not like the shaking hands tell. Sometimes I do that as like a false tell. I do it once where I have like a big hand, and then I do it again when I'm bluffing, you know, and
yeah, if you're mindful of your own ticks and your movements, then it's important, but then it can be difficult because you start to process and use a lot of energy on doing that. But overall, I think it's important to be aware of how you're perceived at the table, and you can kind of catch the more eagle-eyed opponents sort of staring at you sometimes. They'll often do it when they think that you're not looking at them, or you don't know that they're observing you. So it's good to just have that overall self-awareness and comfort at the table. Certainly goes a long way, and yeah, Boris is a great example of that. So Jakob, yeah, kind of continuing the theme of the somewhat impatient style, a hand that is playable but can probably be more suited to a limp.
Are you ever 3-betting here from the big blind if you're Boris?
Not with the jack high suit, maybe with the ace high suit. and definitely double suited, but I think with the Jack High suit it's a nice one so that you have some coverage on a board like Ace King 5, let's say, for example, where if you 3-bet all your Ace King you wouldn't. Okay, this is going to be somewhat of an action flop, so Boris with top pair with the Jack High flush draw and Jakub with just top pair. And he does turn 2-pair, now Boris having a gut shot to the nuts as well, so plenty of equity for both opponents here.
I expect Jakub to be betting his top 2.
Yeah, as you would expect.
But the mask stayed on this time, but he had it at the beginning of the hand. It's when it moves on or off is when I'm paying more attention. If it's before the hand starts and he hasn't looked at his cards, it doesn't really give us any information.
Yeah, good point. Very small sizing as well. Just 40 into 112.
It's not the mildest of boards to have top 2 on.
Exactly, there's lots of potential changes, that being one of them, you know, the introduction of all kinds of straights here, 8-4, 4-3 and 9-8. And Jakub with the 9 and the 4 should be quite comfortable to value bet this one, but does decide to check it back.
And regains the lead after Boris had all the momentum the last 4 or 5 hands. It really has been this back and forth battle. And Jakub actually looks a little more relaxed now that he won that pot. So maybe that's what he needed to drown out every noise in the background and to just focus on what's in front of him. Unfortunately, when I'm at a poker table, even at a final table, I am more like Jakub, where I'm maybe not playing around with the mask. Maybe I did during the COVID times. But I am, I'm a little bit restless, you know, it's the way I relax. So Boris will likely be limping this. The King 9 is pretty with the diamonds, but the 2-3 is quite ugly. But there's very few unplayable hands heads up from the button. This is not the best one, but it's still worth to see a flop and take it from there, especially with the big blind ante. And 2 jacks on this flop along with an ace. It's a small pot. Nobody with much of anything. We can see Boris's head with the King high. And after it's checked over to him, he's going to steal this one away. Very good awareness there by Boris. We haven't seen him c-betting on flops very often. Not that that was even a c-bet because he limped with just about nothing, but even the small pots now add up. Players might be very deep at the moment in theory with lines just at 8,000, 16,000 with a 720,000 average stack, but the big blind ante changes quite a lot of that. And pretty soon it's going to change even more because we could see on the clock there that in 16-minute time, it will go up to 10,000, 20,000 with a 20,000 big blind ante. So there'll already be 50,000 in the pot before anything happens. Right now we have 40,000 in the pot before anything happens. So Jakub this time with the mystery hand, potting it, and Boris likely defend. When it's heads up, you should be defending wide, just like you should be limping or opening wide as well. But Boris opting to just give up on a pre, that's okay too. Most hands we're going to see flops though, just not this time. So let's see who else is in the chat. It's been a little bit quiet here. Nothing really that new to respond to. But for those of you just tuning in, this is Jason Glatzer live at Card Casino for the heads up of the Euro Omaha Championship. I'm joined with Mr. George Sanford, PLO crusher, an amazing commentator as well. And it's been quite exciting, this heads up action.
Yeah, 2 very competent players that have, I think, strategic advantages in different areas. I think Boris is much more calculated, much more aware of the qualities of the components of the hand and when he should bet. And Jakub just has much more pure aggression I think. So it's interesting to see that disparity and that kind of difference between the two players.
The king, queen flop, and it's Boris that's repping the king with the 6-5-4-2. So this is two hands in a row when he's been on the button that he's tried to basically steal one away, but it didn't work this time with Jakob having the Jack 10 for that straight rundown. And that straight just completed on the 9 of diamonds. It's still a scary board, but
yeah.
Right now Jakob has the check mark unless Boris can push him off, but if he checks the turn, he's not going to be able to push him off on the river. And that Jack of diamonds now maybe could be pushed. He maybe could have been pushed off if there was a bet on the turn, but still Jakob is calling any bet on the river, but he's not going to lead out himself because you're going to be called by only hands that are beating you. Meanwhile, you can induce Boris into potentially punting in a small bluff and gathering some extra chips.
Leaves the door open for some tomfoolery.
So for those of you in Slovakia, like this is George's home, if you're enjoying Omaha, for the next 3 nights, including tonight, there's a 300 buy-in Omaha event. That looks absolutely amazing. That is affordable even, for most people that do play a little bit of Omaha, because typically if you're playing a 1-2 cash game, you have to have a okay bankroll for that, and it fits in nicely with that type of bankroll, whereas this 2,500 buy-in event is only going to get people with really big bankrolls or that are that good at Omaha that they're getting backing into it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good kind of grassroots level tournament to cut your teeth with a different format, maybe learn something. And I still think that it's going to be getting somewhere between 7,000 to 10,000 up top, most likely.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly. So a nice little payday if you do play well.
I bumped into Sebastian, who was commentating the Omaha yesterday.
Yeah.
Said, "Are you getting in the booth?" He's like, no. Right now it's my breadbasket. I have my Omaha tournament, 300 buy-in. I'm going to be busy the next 3 days trying to win a trophy. He's a nice guy. I know that you know a lot of the local guys, but he seems to be one of the nicer ones, actually. They're all kind of nice, but he is especially nice.
Definitely. He's a very warm fella, I would say.
Interesting flop, both players snagging a piece, and really Boris should feel happy. Flush draw middle pair, but it's Jakob with the top pair here.
Yeah, top pair and backdoor diamonds as well, some backdoor straight draw stuff. And Jakob just check folds, or what happened?
Looks like Boris
Boris
there.
check folded. There we go. We had sometimes the information is the wrong way around. So do be patient with us, please.
We got Alex from Bulgaria, who was in the comms booth a couple of days ago with us, a B-Win streamer, giving us a nice compliment. Thank you, Alex. It's been a pleasure to meet you this week and to get to know you a little bit. The Bulgarian poker community seems to be something special.
Where are the B-Win licensed countries?
I'm not sure, but in some of the areas that party can't offer poker B-Win in, it's similar with the Baltic countries.
Okay,
they require some sort of physical presence like OptiBet has.
Right.
OptiBet is part of the Entain brand, which Party Poker is. So that's why we can play on the Party Poker network, even though Party Poker can't obtain a license. OptiBet does have a license, so we can play fully regulated poker, which is amazing.
I'm with you. Nice. That sounds pretty good. So Boris opening it up with the King Queen 10-6, going to face some resistance, I think, with the King Jack 9-5. Not a dream hand, but plenty enough hand to defend the big blind in a heads-up match with the big blind ante as well.
And Jakob flopping trips here. Boris basically just with a gut shot to the straight, but Boris is typically aggressive and Jakob is the one to check. Boris checks it back very quickly, and that's an amazing turn card for him if he doesn't put his opponent on a 9 or slow playing something else. Meanwhile, Jakob with the full house, so he's being a little bit sneaky here. I like this, and Boris maybe we'll be betting his draw. Although
Doesn't improve.
Boris is a little bit more less aggressive, I would say.
Cautious and sort of considered, I think, is a nice way to put it. I don't think he's necessarily nitty or conservative, but he will navigate and try and keep the pot small. Jakob now hunting some value, going for 75k. Not going to be able to really eke much out unless Boris goes for some kind of wild raise.
I would have almost liked to see a bigger bet, because the only things that are really calling you is like a straight here or a worse full house. And if you run up into jacks, so be it. You know, that's just a cooler of the day.
Absolutely. And the mask off.
Didn't catch it this time, George.
Mask off with the nuts.
Did he have it on, though, and take it off? Or
that I can't recall.
Okay, that's the important information, because if he didn't start the hand with the mask on, then having the mask off is not giving us tells. It's when he's moving around the mask mid-hand that we've caught a couple things. We don't know if they're tells because the sample size is way small, but out of a few hands, it seems like we have a little bit of a tell there.
Yeah, could be cooking on something there. So 8-16 going up to 10-20. 10-20 would mean that there's only 70 big blinds total in play. So
with the big blind ante.
Yeah, so it's getting to the sort of business end, and it's been a pretty good battle, but Jakob has managed to hold on to his chip lead that he brought into the heads-up match and position himself now with a slightly better advantage, 2-1.
It looked like things were going to fall apart for him at one given moment when Boris took the lead about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
But then Jakob won a hand, and he seemed a lot more relaxed after winning that hand, and I think that helped him a little bit tone everything out. You could see his attitude and his demeanor seems a lot more focused on the game than it did before.
Much more, table-centric. He was kind of almost positioned away from the table at one stage, muttering to the rail or talking to other people, muttering under his breath, and now, again, engaged and potentially somewhat results-orientated because he's had a decent spin in the last half an hour or so. But, again, a good example of these sort of peaks and troughs that you go through as you do play heads-up. It's very difficult to remain consistent and composed.
Action flop again.
Yeah, big flop.
But both players checking. Boris checking his top pair. Jakob not with the strong flush draw, but heads up, it's still a flush draw.
Gonna start firing here, half pot. Can't recall the turn, to be honest. Was it 6?
Yeah, it was a 6 non-heart.
Yeah, so top 2 for Boris. Only hand to worry about really would be 3-4. Jakob having a combo draw in the form of a gut shot and a flush draw. Boris will come along for the ride. Let's see how much momentum Jakob really has. Oh, it was a 4.
A 4, I'm sorry. Okay.
So now the 9. So Queen 9 now, improving. Boris, I believe he had Ace Queen 9-6, I think, something like that. Yeah, so now he's got the top 2.
In this case, I love the bet size. There was 210 in the pot.
Yeah.
We're a little bit concerned about the Ace-3 wheel, 3-6, but that's about it.
Yeah.
9.
And does get a call.
Yeah. Does get a call from top 2, right?
Okay, I had it a little bit backwards. Okay, I thought it was Boris leading out. And we have Kevin back. Good to see you, Kevin. Thank you for joining us once again.
Oh, hello, sir.
Supernova welcoming everybody. What an amazing mod Supernova is.
Yeah,
I've
really
worked
a
a lot with Mick like years and years ago, and a lot more with Donna, Dark Angel, who I love as well. But Supernova is providing a lot of useful information. You know, the chat has behaved, so there's no reason to be warning people and doing anything. Once in a while, somebody's not speaking in English, but that's just a polite message. Please speak in English. But
yes.
I love the friendliness and the extra information we've been getting. So a big thank you to Supernova.
Yeah, thank you very much. Added a lot of value to the stream, which we are very grateful for. So Jakob going to go with the limp, easy ISO for Boris, double suited kings with the 9-8 side. Going to face a limp call, I believe. A pair plus a suit with the Jack 10 component. Not going to be able to fold for the 3x raise, so he goes for the limp call. And we've got a pretty juicy pot now. Both players neck and neck on pretty much the same stack.
And Jerry, 1888, saying behaving in a poker chat. I have to say this is a very behaved poker chat, though, but I understand what you're saying. An interesting flop, actually. Even though it's a 3-3-2, it does have 2 hearts. So Boris with a pretty decent hand, but he should be slightly concerned about the 3. But has that king-high flush draw, has kings over 3s, should feel very confident in betting. And Jakob, who really didn't connect with this flop, may want to just see a turn with his 5s, but I think he'll give up on it. And indeed he does. I'm wondering what would happen if Boris checked, whether Jakob would have bet there, but I think you need to protect your hand there as well with a bet.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, tiptoeing around. Not an awful lot going on. That was one of the first sort of slightly bigger pots we've seen. Jakob seems to be keen to drive the action. Boris usually limping and really only ISOing the really stronger hands or the premium holdings. So 2 different strategies. Jakob wants to go for the higher variant. Boris wants to sort of treat it as a marathon, not a sprint. It's interesting when these 2 styles come up against each other.
And with a 20-minute clock, heads up, it plays a lot more than a 20-minute clock.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a 40-minute clock. I apologize.
But yeah,
that makes it even worse.
Your point still stands. The clock plays longer because you just get more hands in, right? There's more sort of like, you know, see a flop, one person stabs, fold, and move on to the next one. I'd say the hand rate goes up 1.5x compared to the ring.
Which is why in some events now what they're doing when it gets heads up, they're reducing the clock, and sometimes even when it's 3-handed, they're reducing the clock. So if you had hour blind levels, especially in a hold-up event, you don't need hour blind levels. Heads up, half-hour blind levels will suffice, and players seem to like that as well. There's some that don't, but the majority of them seem to understand that they're getting even more hands in 30 minutes heads up than they were when it was full ring with hour blind levels. But that's more Hold'em than Omaha, I have to say, because at Omaha everything goes to flop and a lot of it goes to even showdown, more so than Hold'em.
Definitely more collisions and more sort of natural confrontations between 2 players in this game. Just more hands seem to be appealing to the wider audience of poker players in the Omaha spectrum.
So I'm curious now if we're going to see a little bit more restlessness from Jakob now that Boris has the chip lead once again.
Yeah, are we going to see Jakob just try and kind of fire it in and put Boris, put him to the test? I think Boris has played very calmly and very methodically, and it's difficult to play against that because Boris hasn't seemed to show any signs of desperation when he lost the chip lead. He regained the chip lead and then lost it again. Just sticking to the game plan. It's working out lovely for him right now.
Could be quietly winning the trophy.
Quietly winning the trophy, exactly. Definitely a more calming and silent presence at the table. Don't believe I've heard him say anything.
I think if he wins it, though, it won't be so quiet anymore. There's a few Bulgarians on the rail.
They'll be going mad for him, yeah.
I think Alex is upstairs watching us, but nearby the table. Georgie probably as well.
Georgie?
Georgie that works for Party Poker.
Right, okay.
I know his surname, but I don't know if I should share it on the stream. But there's a few other Bulgarians also in the neighborhood.
Nice.
I'm not sure about the Czech contingent, if Jakob has a rail going.
Yeah, maybe the private game guys from yesterday. It's quite possible. So Boris once again finding the check mark with the Jack 9.
I hope it's been educational for you all that are watching it, because even as a commentator, I feel like I've learned like a thing or two watching such talent, both yesterday in the 50-50 cash game, but more so because I didn't learn that much during the cash game, because a smaller stakes game plays a bit different than a higher stakes game. But in this tournament, I've kind of been keeping my eye on, even when I was working on something else. I had the stream going in the background, trying to pick up a little bit about some mistakes that I make when I'm on a final table, because as I explained to you when I first came in the stream, yes, I've made final tables of Omaha, but then online mostly, although I have one live as well. And then I'm just playing to win, because like kind of like how Patrick, a little bit more calm than Patrick, but not keeping ICM in mind because I don't fully understand it. Now, once your heads up, you don't need to understand ICM, but still learning a little bit about heads up play, because it's not very often that you get to play heads up in a tournament unless you're consistently playing Omaha tournaments. And for me, I'm playing infrequently Omaha tournaments. It's fun when I do, and as I told you, I did final table something recently that had 7,000 runners, but it's a lot different over here, and I am learning a lot. Also from George, in fact. Probably more so from George than the players, because he's breaking things down quite well.
Yeah, picking up some of the things that it's a beast that is quite different from Hold'em tournaments. You know, there's much more limping, there's much more and navigating, I would say. In Hold'em, when you get short, you do tend to be 3-bet jamming or open jamming. In this game, because it's the pot limit element, it really changes that. So. Of fun to commentate on, as we do see Boris once again ISOing it up with strong holding, and again some signs of frustration, if not desperation, from Jakob there, just shoving the calling chips in, kind of getting a little bit tense in the shoulder, staring his opponent down, moving around a little bit, holding onto the cards, hopefully his opponent stoically observing and looking towards the flop. And oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, we have a flush over flush in favor of Boris Angelov, and it could be goodnight Vienna or goodnight Bratislava, we could say.
Yeah, I think it's going to be showers based on how Jakob has been playing.
Yeah,
although Boris actually leading out may actually
be ISO'd pre, so he's got the betting lead, and he's going to did set bet 35, 40. Did he set bet, isn't it?
Yeah, the demeanor is different now again. He was calm, and now it's just it's an easy call, but it's not necessarily like the way the movements are very sharp compared to before. It's so much easier to pick up tells when you're doing commentating and watching streams, but especially commentating because the screen is so large that we're watching it on than it is when you're playing at the table.
And we're kind of looking for it as well, you know, and there's much less things to, because we're not playing the hand, a lot of our conscious brain can, or subconscious even, can pick up on these things a little easier, right? Because we're not invaded with the stress of playing a hand, navigating a situation. We can simply commentate and observe, and that's quite a skill, I think.
I need to figure out how to apply that better to when I'm actually playing.
Yeah, just trying to be as present as possible and you know, not get distracted by all of the stimuli that's flying around casinos, right? I do struggle sometimes with being on the phone a little bit more than I should be. And yeah, he's just going to shove it in.
Oh no, Jakob.
Drawing stone dead.
So this is it, folks. I mean, we do have a river card, but it doesn't matter what it is. But we do have a new champion.
Yeah.
But let's see the river card first. Not that it matters.
Drawing dead.
I mean, with the blinds just gone up, I don't actually blame Jakob for getting it in, because it was going to get in anyway, most likely.
Yeah.
So congratulations to Boris Angelov winning the Euro Omaha Championship for 40,000 euros. We finally see him moving and drinking some water.
Finally, some animation from the Bulgarian warlord there. The ice-cold man from Bulgaria takes down the Omaha trophy in a well-deserved victory. And in fact, not just one trophy, but two. He gets himself the Party Poker Diamond alongside the Bratislava Poker Festival, powered by the Irish Poker Festival. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure. It's also been a pleasure to have Jason with me. Thanks very much for coming in. It's been fantastic to reignite on the poker commentary over the last couple of days. And I've really enjoyed especially the PLO. So looking forward to the rest of the week. Boris is going to be the man taking down the 40,000 euro top prize, followed by the 3 Czech Republic contingents, and Fintan Gavin from Ireland coming in 5th for the 10.2k and rounding out the payouts there. Any final words, Jason?
It's quite an impressive list of names there, especially with the Fintan Irish Poker Tour founder as well. But I want to thank you personally, George, for stepping in the last 2 days.
Thanks.
I have really appreciated your Omaha commentating. Happy to take a back seat to you. You're an amazing commentator, amazing PLO player. I want to thank everybody that came into view, and even more so the people that have been keeping the chat active. Special thank you to Supernova once again, the technical crew here at Card Casino, and special thanks to Party Poker and the Bratislava Poker Festival for inviting me in to commentate all week long. We'll be back tomorrow, though, at 8 o'clock for the Party Poker Grand Prix Day 2. It'll be already a little bit deep into Day 2 by then, so the action should be exciting, and we'll wrap it up on Sunday with the final day of the Grand Prix. We do not know the prize pool yet because there's still 3 opening flights running, 2 of which are today. There's going to be a turbo flight tomorrow morning, after which we will know the prize pool, but it looks like that 500,000 guarantee is well on the way to be at least met, if not smashed. But we'll have an update for you on that, obviously, tomorrow, along with the payouts. But it should be an exciting Hold'em affair after we've had some nice Omaha the last 2 days. And yeah, I don't think this will be the last we see of George. That'll be up to George, but we'll have other guests as well over the next couple days, including some new players, including some of the team at Party Poker who deserve a lot of love for all their hard work to putting it together.
Yep.
And more people like Ferdia as well from the Irish Poker Tour. We want to get them involved as well. So have a good night, everyone, and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I just want to say a special shout out to the chat on top of that. We really appreciate you guys tuning in, and we really appreciate your positive energy in the chat. It's been a really nice, positive space, and hopefully that can continue over the weekend. So from us here at the Bratislava Poker Festival, Boris Angelov, the winner of the 2.5k Omaha for 40,000. It's going to be good night, and see you tomorrow.
What did you win? Winning hand is this, yeah?
And Nikolai, just I want to ask you if you have Wilson Pay. No, you don't have Wilson Pay. And you want to read your Wilson Pay? Because we send you money instantly and you can read your money instantly in casino. Because we need to send you money on the bank account. So, you want to send money on your bank account? Okay.
No, that's like the all in. No, you just want this.
good? Yo.
You don't want to do the interview, Boris.
Which is his first name?
Are you
So like
sure?
Boris,
Okay.
Angelo, Nicolas. It's like you. Pintan.
Are you here tomorrow, Boris?
This is first. Boris is next. Angelo.
You here tomorrow? If you are, I'm gonna catch you and I'm gonna ask you if you want to do the interview then. Sleep on it. Sleep on it, okay? Because I know it's a lot, but you won, so congratulations. Okay? Okay, so then, finito. Tomorrow I'm catching you.
Come on, guys, speak up. Just fight again. So you have photos, everything, yes? I can copy pic for you. Bulgarian guy? Sweet. Okay. Without deal. Oh. Máš vysokovadanči. Čau, si busy? Omaha skončila. Dobre. Flash do flashu?
No, flash.
To bol nejaký zgibetovaný spot? Tam bol nejaký zgibetný spot?
Vieš čo, bol tam, nebol.
Bol alfagačka?
Bol alfagačka. Potom bolo, na flope bolo tuším 50, no.
Tam už bolo na flope flash?
Potom
Na teréne vyšlo?
na turne bolo 50. Ne, ono bolo flopnutý flash.
Flopnutý? No. Tak Jack High School.
No, však vidíš. Ešte Kero hovorí, že dobre, dobre.
Aj potom nebol. To Jack hovoril. Nemal som musím s tým Jack High.
Že on hral aj Jori Kamberga sa naskladal
idem domov.
Teraz sme sa tam bavili, hovorili, že ti poukazím, hovorí, že videl si trofej, čo s tým mám robiť, že oni dávajú to.
No a ja som, a konkrétne to poslední 4 boli, že Česi a Bulhár a vyhral to Bulhár, ktorý si to musí odviesť. A tak Bulhár je možno aj na auto.
A to ešte môže, hej,
že to nemôže byť auto.
No ostatní, budem nechať to teraz sa naberať.
No.
Vystavím doma, odfotím možno.
Poďme, ale nejakého hosta mu vyštopovali. Ale čo to je toto dole, čo si?
Ale však akože, ty si to vieš poslať, akože zabaliť a...
No a vieš, čo to môže stať?
Viem, no,
viac ako trofej.
Viac sa trofej, no. Veď sa radšej trofej.
Tak bola sranda, keby to tu došlo k ozem.
Ja nechcem tam byť na tej
Tam nikto nechce.
Však áno.
To tak teplo tu bolo?
Strašne teplo tu je. Tam, vedľa.
Je magina. Díko, Bugoš ušiel.
Poď už, môžeš ísť vedľa. Ja nejdem.
Ja sa potrebujem ukázať.
Nie, to ja urobím už. Už go vedľa.
Sa nejak dohodnite, lebo nikto tam nechcete byť.
Vy ste ono.
Nie, ja som nechcel ísť stream VIPka, alebo VIPka stream, vieš.
Ale že na VIPke si to na
VIPke si povedal. Ale ešte poď, choď tam.
Idem vás počítať, čo to mám.
A ja sa vypýtam na tým.
Nie, dobre mám.
Toto čo,
mal som mať
nechať, alebo čo?
1 440. A toto je hneď sekundička. 500, milión 100, milión 300, milión 400, 20, 30, 40. No jedno chýba. Jedno myslím.
It's cheap price. Norberg, why you scared me to tell me not?
But what you can do?
I think you tell me not 25 or something.
Jedna žltá sa chýba?
Jedna žltá chýba. Ale akože nie, že chýba, ale chip down je minus.
It's after chip count?
Maybe we don't miss the chip, but only chip count. We can win on the chip rate.
So you make photo how many chips you have?
I can.
Because I open next kilometer upstairs.
Som sa to chcel pýtať, čo s týmto?
Toto zbalíme do
Grand Prix Day 1 invites, 100, 800 and the 800 invites. Grand Prix Day 1E.
OK. No, musím odísť.
Musím čo?
Čo mám ja?
Foto?
Ale s peniazmi.
Crazy day. I going crazy. My eye went crazy. I don't know what will be tomorrow. I don't want to look in shift for tomorrow. А вот еще внизу лежит. Внизу, ой, это здесь меняешь, внизу фишки, я закрыла сама. Хорошо? Если мы вместе поднимемся наверх.
Ja sfotím.
А?
Ja sfotím a idem priamo. Dobre. Daniel, kde je Daniel, nevieš?
Пошел туда.
Dobre, ja to spravím, nevadí. Ale tu aj tak ešte trofej.
But it's not.
Môžeš asi spieť všetko, čo ja potrebujem.
This train not good.
Nie?
Okay, I change after.
Dobre.
I don't have time. But it's our train. Yes,
Dobre. Všetko, jo. OK. Aha, áno. budú sa tu hrať ešte? Ako? Bude sa tu hrať ešte? Nie. Klánal by som mal všetko musel ešte. Dobre, OK. Klánal by som to. Nie sa to ešte bude, nebude to už. A to bola križovka? Nie, to bol turnaj. Turnaj? Aha, to bolo čo, to včerajška alebo čo? To bolo to včerajška. 40. A pekne. Na kávu. Áno.
Lines robin, day 1D. Small line 2000, big line 4000, 4000 big line. It is the last level of day 1. 2000, 4000, and 4000.
Samuel, dám ti tú telku?